Después del día más aterrador en la historia, cuando el mercado bajó como 2% y todo el mundo dijo, es el fin del mundo. El mercado vuelve a tener un pompazo y ahora todo el mundo está diciendo, este es el principio del bull run tan grande. ¿Lo es? ¿Lo es? ¿Tú de verdad lo crees? Vamos a platicar de ello el día de hoy. Vamos a analizar exactamente todas las tablas que ustedes gustan. Bienvenidos al casino lunar del tío Salo. Efectivamente, ya nos fuimos a la luna. Nosotros estamos desde la luna viendo para abajo a la tierra, disfrutando de todas nuestras ganancias que todavía no realizamos, por lo que Kamala Harris probablemente se va a llevar todo nuestro dinero sin tener que hacer nada. Así que muchas felicidades por estas grandes propuestas. Les tengo aquí, obviamente, al gran Farhan, al gran Alex, que van a acompañarnos y nos van a dar todos sus insights para poder tomar las mejores decisiones en este tipo de mercados. Así que recuerden, si son miembros del canal de YouTube, dejen su acción que quieren que analicemos. Vamos a hacer una por persona y vamos a intentar hacerlo lo más rápido posible. Recuerden, si estás viendo esto por primera vez, si quieres participar en nuestro Discord, se habla español, se habla inglés, les dejo el enlace en la parte de aquí abajo. Se llama Elite Trading Academy, y ahí puede platicar con todo el mundo. Tenemos absolutamente todo tipo de traders, tenemos novatos, tenemos medianos, tenemos veteranos, tienen el análisis de Alex, tienen el análisis de Farhan. Ahí están también metidos todo el día compartiendo con ustedes tablas y también respondiendo cualquier pregunta que tengan. Y también la comunidad, honestamente, tengo que decir a todos los que son parte de ella, es divino meterse y ver a todo el mundo cuando alguien tiene una pregunta, a todos ustedes poder responder esa pregunta, ayudar a toda esta gente. Así que no puedo imaginar un mejor lugar y además es completamente gratis estar ahí. Así que, ¿por qué no darse una vuelta al Discord de Elite Trading Academy? Y también les dejo aquí en la parte de abajo todos los enlaces por si quieren tradear Bitcoin con nosotros para que se puedan unir a BitGet, que es un exchange que requiere KYC, buenos fees, por cierto, y no funciona en Estados Unidos. O si quieren, también está Bluffing, que funciona en Estados Unidos, en todo el mundo, no requiere KYC, que es la manera más fácil de hacerlo. Así que ahí les dejo todo en la descripción de aquí abajo para que puedan formar parte de Elite Trading Academy. Y bueno, sin más ni más, voy a traer a los monstruos al escenario. Recuerden, todo esto lo vamos a hacer, la plática es en inglés y yo después les traduzco tristemente al español todo lo que necesiten. Pues vale, tíos, vamos a empezar. Let's get ready to rumble. All right, boys. How you guys doing? Wait, you're muted, Farhan. You know what? Different place, different setup, but same traditions.
How you guys doing? Good morning.
Good morning,
Good
guys.
morning here from I don't know if I should say this for OPSEC, but Mexico. I will not say what city though. I will not say what city.
Good for you. We can tell it's Mexico by the wall, by the way.
Yeah, you guys can all tell. You guys can all tell.
And the light switches. That's those. Like you're hitting everything in Mexican land like perfectly. Not to stereotype my own people, but it's true as fuck.
Hey, you can say it. You can say it. It's all good.
This is how we live. This is how we live. How you boys doing? How you looking at the market? How's what's the feeling right now after like the tremendous crash that we had for 2 days and then
for me right now, like what Alex was saying earlier, is that we're getting all of this chopped every direction where it looks like we're about to lose support. We close below it. Then the next close, we quickly regain it. And then the next one, it looks like we're about to break above resistance. Then we quickly reject it and move back. So we're just chopping everybody out. The bears are getting destroyed. The bulls are getting destroyed. Everybody's losing money right now. And usually what happens before these moves is when the market likes to chop everybody out is when it makes one of those huge moves. So if you look at our volatility indicators right now, they're also telling us the same thing, where we're about to get a massive fucking move.
Yeah, I agree. No, 100%. I mean, in times like this, when we're just chopping up and down, bulls and bears getting bulls smoked, to me, yeah, it means a big move's coming. Volatility on the weekly, when we know that a weekly setup is brewing too. In times like this, I'd often look at Dixie. I'd say, I kind of ignore the noise and focus on that, but that hasn't been a good gauge on risk on. So instead, I've been switching to, tether dominance. I think the 2 days telling a story, and it looks bullish to me, and the trend is still up. So, I mean, with all those facts and Bitcoin hanging on a cliff, it wouldn't surprise me to see downside, but it would have to be this week. It's kind of like, for me, bears are running out of time. They want to push this down. Bulls want to consolidate this. If we don't start the breakdown this week, I do think that'll give bulls more momentum. Do
you guys remember summer of last year in 2023?
It was just like this.
Yeah, no. Exactly the same.
Oh yeah, because summer
It was
2023 is the prior to October.
yeah.
Yeah.
It was
So
consolidating and making higher lows with all the chop, and then eventually we put in one massive god candle to the upside.
yeah, but I mean, it was because of the liquidity that we injected into the market due to unforeseen events. Let's call them.
Right,
Let's call them that right now.
right now, M2 versus Bitcoin is breaking out for the first time ever since 2017.
Really? How do you look at that then?
You compare M2 to Bitcoin, and you can see the chart whenever it broke the previous resistance, like over the supply. And this is the first time it's done that since 2017.
So you think that's probably more of a bullish setup, right?
As long as the weekly momentum is pointing to the upside, we have to assume it's bullish. Once that flips down, all bets are off, and we're going down hard.
I want to see what happens. I feel like there's something like, again, prior October 7th, like something like that's going to happen, that's going to guide the markets, and they can blame it on and then just be like, all right, next phase. But until something happens, I'm just waiting.
Yeah, Israel is expected to attack Lebanon very soon, maybe even today.
Well, they keep posting it
I've
on
been
X.
hearing that.
I hope Lebanon is on X, because all of that information is readily available for everyone in Lebanon on X. So it'll be a shame if they're just not looking at X, because all of the attacks get planned on X and everybody gets
Pre-planned on X, right? The day, the time, everything is mapped out on X.
Exactly. Let's get rolling. Let's get this party started with Palantir, and then whoever wants to do this one, the other one's gonna do Rivian, of course.
I prefer Rivian.
But okay, take it. So let's do Alex Palantir. And I think you did Palantir last time too.
So I'll do Palantir and Alex can do Rivian.
Yeah. No. Whatever you guys want.
I thought we were gonna switch it.
This is me. This is me. Rivian. What's Rivian doing? It's just going sideways. That's my entire analysis.
Yeah, it's the new stable coin, the new ADA.
The new of the car world. Let's get going with Palantir Technologies.
Nice. So yeah, we have Palantir here. Let's go to a monthly first. Check out. I know we were looking at this chart a few days ago, and this is something I was mentioning. Something to be mindful of is this monthly candle looks actually insane. I mean, since that nice drop in the beginning of this month, it's just been slowly up, forming a nice hammerhead on the monthly. And if we go and look basically through the Prescovitz, just the entire story of Palantir, we've never really had a monthly this strong forming, unconfirmed, of course, until 9 days, but something to watch, especially if, let's say, you're someone who's, maybe trying to short, or you have more of a bearish bias. It's hard to be short on this stock when it's looking like this on the monthly, especially with momentum flipping up right where we want it to. And it's not at extremes on the monthly. So telling me that there's definitely more room for this to go up. But monthly closes in 9 days. So let's go to a weekly here. And the weekly is good. You can see here, this is something we mentioned. We wanted the weekly to reclaim this level. This was like the last rejection high I drew a meme line on. In super strong uptrend markets, you would expect us to basically, we have a rejection high, we come down. You would want us to start basing on that, kind of like what we see right here. As soon as we were able to flip this and reclaim it, we had that slow grind up. Something I'm watching essentially is we are approaching resistance at around that $33.40 mark. I do think that that's going to be a big level for Palantir. Yes, it's bullish. Yes, the monthly is looking insane. But we still have to be mindful of the resistance here currently. And that's sitting at $33 and like 50 cents, $33.46. Now, if we go and look, we can now see that the 9 is freshly crossed above the 21. It's a good sign. That shows that there's definitely strength in this stock. And let's see how close it is to silver crossing on the daily. It's already silver crossed, right? It was when we talked about it right here. It's strong. Good sign. On the silver cross too, we would expect the 21 to hold. Catch support on the 55 worst case, and it's still valid. So we still have that on to the downside. So we'd expect the 9 here to hold. So if Palantir comes down, I'm essentially watching this zone here. If we do, let's say, get some kind of rejection around here, what would be nice if we come back up, hit this $33.40 level, $33.40 level, come down, back test this 21 here, which will line up with the rejection high, right around 29.85. That'd be nice. Back test that and then go up for maybe a move to 35. But as it stands, looking good above the moving averages I use. I'm interested to see how the weekly is looking in regards to the moving averages
back there.
Yeah, so technically speaking, let me see here. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, there is right here. We had the 21 above the 55. And this is strong. This happened in June 12th. And this is on the weekly, so it's still valid. And what I'm liking about the weekly too is how the nine's curving up nicely. This basically will give the support that bulls want for a sustained rally up. If this 9 can keep trekking up here in 1 or 2 more closures, it wouldn't surprise me if it gets closer to this $29 region. Solidifying this one line here. Simple line, right? It's just a rejection high. We'd expect that to base. If we fall back into this, there's a good chance then we're going to at least hit 27.50 again. That'll kind of be where I'd want us to bounce if you're bullish. If we fall back in this range, it's not bearish. It just means that we definitely can go more down, and we'll be back in this range that Palantir was in for many weeks. So ideally, we don't want to deviate back into this. We want this last stand for bulls right around $27.50 to hold. If it doesn't, then we have to just look for lower. And I mean, lower essentially would probably come, closer to this EMA 100 on the daily, in my opinion. So then if we do deviate this 27.50, I'll be looking at that $24 as an opportunity. We can see here, Palantir likes to kind of flirt around that anytime it dumps or goes down. We see we reclaimed this as soon as it fell back into this range. We had a nice dump bola. What was nice here though is the daily MA 100 quickly got reclaimed. And that's a big spot for this chart. Anytime we come down, Palantir kind of likes to base around that level. So I'll be then looking at that as like the last bounce zone. We could just back test that yourself and see. Yeah, I mean, from this point on, from May, we've essentially held it up until this point, but we were just chopping right around it. So for me, when I see a chart like that, I can't disregard the level. But for now, I mean, extremely bullish. I don't see much. I don't see anything on the bearish side potentially. Other than that, we're hitting basically resistance, and BBWPs. It isn't even at extremes on the 2-day. It's approaching there, but especially with how the monthly is looking, and with the volatility kind of starting to expand right here. Almost after just resetting right at the middle point, right at the 50%. Strong, and bulls have momentum. So watch the reaction at $33.40. I would then wait for potentially just another back test of the 21 on the daily if we do hit this. And then essentially, yeah, you just want, in my opinion, 27.50 to keep holding. If that keeps holding, then we can potentially have a new range. If you treat this green line maybe as a mid-range, we could just be forming a new range where, and this would be healthy. Price comes up, it comes down, bounces, hits this, comes back up, and it's just essentially ranging like what we saw in this range here. So, overall strong. Watch the consolidation after we hit resistance, and focus on this monthly, because this monthly looks insane. And you can see it perfectly held the 9. Through this entire rally since they got reclaimed, prices held the 9. And what I'm liking about this monthly is the fact that the 9's now above the 21. Showing strength. This is strong. I like this 9 over the 21 to show that yes, it's great in trending markets. This is strong, and there's a lot of momentum to the upside. So watch closely. This monthly is 9 days. and so far it's holding. So I'd watch very closely how this churns. I mean, if you're trying to be bearish, I guess you'd want us to hit this point and then reject and maybe form a doji where we close in the middle. But as it stands, I mean, 9 days, anything could happen, especially with the economic event on Friday. So watch closely. I'd be watching this monthly very closely. Closes like this will be insane, and it'll be one of the strongest candles this stock has ever basically had on a monthly, assuming we close like this.
Perfecto. Thank you, sir. And you're doing Rivian, blah, 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 blah. And there's someone asking about the EMAs, but let's do DOT for you, Alex, while Farhan does Rivian.
Cool.
Let me just explain this. Let's go. Hang on, before you jump into your Rivian, let me do this in español. Estamos viendo Palantir en este momento. Lo primero que nos dijo Alex es, vean la tabla mensual. Obviamente no hay tantos datos. Palantir empezó a cotizar la semana del 1 de septiembre del 2020. Entonces cada una de estas velas son mensuales y pueden ver la fuerza del movimiento que lleva en este momento y el belongo que aparte se armó por acá en la mensual, que es una vela bastante positiva, muy alcista. Y nos gusta. Cuando prendemos el EMA 21 y también el 9, podemos ver que el 9 cruzó por encima del 21 y ahora se recargó en ella, ni siquiera tocó el 21 y empujó hasta arriba. Eso enseña demasiada fuerza en el precio. Cuando volteamos a ver la semanal, podemos ver un poco de lo mismo. Tenemos un cruce plateado justamente en esta zona, un Silver Cross, que es cuando... perdón. Pero sí es esa zona de todas maneras, que es... Espérenme, déjenme borro. Cabrón, no era eso. Alejandro, estás borracho tan temprano. Aquí está el cruce plateado cuando el amarillo va encima del naranja, que es el amarillo se sube, es el 21 encima del 55 y además el 9 estando arriba del 21, que es el azul. Pueden ver la fuerza que lleva el precio en este momento en Palantir, lo que sigue empujando a la alza, sin lugar a dudas a esto. Ahora sí nos estamos encontrando un poco de resistencia. Por acá, Alex tiene su punto un poco más arriba, por acá en los 33.49. Personalmente yo lo puse en la semanal justamente donde cerró esta vela y podemos ver que el precio está literalmente consolidando aquí. ¿Qué es lo que estamos esperando? No importa en qué temporalidad voltees a ver a Palantir, se ve bastante fuerte. De nuevo, tienes otro cruce plateado acá, lo que sigue impulsando el movimiento a la alza. No le gusta perder los moving averages, ¿no? Los promedios que se van moviendo y está por encima de, en este momento el precio está en Palantir en 32.47, nuestra resistencia está en 32.57. Si podemos romper ahí a la alza, probablemente sigamos a buscar el objetivo que tenía Alex por ahí en los 33.50. ¿Qué esperamos o qué podemos ver? Tal vez ranguear un poco porque simplemente lleva demasiada fuerza y no ha podido ranguear como rangueó en esta zona, básicamente que ves cómo se mete por acá y se queda literalmente entre esto y esto. Probablemente empecemos acá a ranguear, hay buena posibilidad si es que no rompemos este alto instantáneamente, pero honestamente Palantir muy fuerte, 32.41 en este momento, buscando romper los 32.57, se ve muy bien, muy fuerte. ¿Qué es lo que no queremos? Perder nuestros moving averages, pero para eso falta bastante. Yo creo que el nivel más importante es no perder los 27.58 en un cierre. Si podemos aguantar por encima de, que ahorita estamos bastante arriba de, esto sigue en fiesta y vamos ahora con la tabla del gran Farhan. Vamos a ver Rivian. Ready whenever you are, son. And then you're muted.
Muted, time to share my screen. I hope there's not too much echo in here. Let me know if there is.
No, you're perfect. I'm going to go to the toilet. That's when you're going to hear the echo.
Mute yourself so we don't hear the bomb dropping.
And everything else.
Okay, you guys see it?
Yeah, we can see it.
All right, we're gonna start with Rivian on the weekly on the HPDR. HPDR is a historical price delta range. I like to say it every time because there's probably a couple of people who are watching who don't know what it is, which uses the historical price of the past 20,000 bars of data to give you a statistical return of the probabilities of breaking out or breaking down. So right now on Rivian on the weekly, we're rejecting right at the median in the 21 EMA. Whenever you reject this area, it shows you that bears are in control and you have a very high possibility, a 61.8% chance of retesting this bottom area. Right now, the area is at $11.22. If you look at our momentum indicators, it's showing us that momentum is freshly starting to break down. It's at the 0% area. It's like basically reset. This is the area where the price decides where it wants to go up or it wants to go down. Last time we broke down was right here in January 16th of 2024, where price went from around $22.55 all the way down to $8.41. Right now, our momentum indicator is in the same exact area, but our volatility is even lower than it was back then. So that tells us that this move is going to be bigger, most likely bigger than it was in that area. The volatility is literally at 0% right now. If you look at the jewel is giving us a fresh sell signal on the weekly. It's not confirmed yet, but it will confirm as long as we have any single close below this median at $13.33. If that closes, then this is going to confirm it's a sell signal, and we're very likely going to get this similar move as we got from back there. I don't think it's going to be as severe because there's not as much for the price to move, but I think it would at the very least come down to this 50% area, somewhere around $10.70 to around $11. If we go to the daily right now is giving us the opposite thing, where the momentum is starting to flip back up, volatility is slipping down, and the jewel is starting to lose its sell signal. It's still on neutral right now. On the daily, we need to see confirmation. On the weekly, we were below the median. On the daily, we're still above it. The median on the daily is at $13.18. If we close below that on the daily, then the weekly downside move will play out. We're going to come down to this zone first, around $12.35, maybe get a little bit of a bounce and end up going lower. But right now, what this setup tells us, with the momentum up and volatility down, is that we get a test of the median. Right now, we're getting that test. We're literally right at the median right now. So we have to see if this area is going to hold. If the bulls can hold it, then we can move back up from there and possibly flip the weekly. But for now, it doesn't look very promising because we're already just at the median right now, and it's not showing any type of strength. It's not showing any type of bounce. So I wouldn't bet on the daily setup to play out. I would bet on the weekly setup to play out. And if we look at our RSI to see if there's any divergences on this, that'll give us a very good idea. All right, so on the weekly, we do have this 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence, and we don't have a local bottom yet. So it has not fully played out. We've hit the easy targets because we came down to the 21 EMA, which would be the most easy target, and we hit the middle of the RSI. Our next target would be the bearish control zone, which right now the bearish control zone sits at $8.97. This number is going to keep moving up with every single weekly closure, but you have to keep in mind, until we have a local bottom, you have to target this area right here. Maybe on the next close, it'll move up $10, maybe $10.50. On the previous indicator, we were looking at the $10.70 area. So it'd be very interesting if it moves up to around that area. And we go to the monthly, we'll see if there's anything on there. Oh, monthly, we have fresh 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence. If this gets confirmed, this thing is probably going to break those previous lows around $8. Like almost certainly it's going to break it. Every single time we've had hidden bearish divergence on the monthly on Rivian, it's had a very significant move to the downside. We don't have it confirmed yet. The way to confirm it is we have to close below this candle's open, which right now is at $13.46. If we close the monthly below that, the hidden bearish divergence is confirmed, and we would have to easily target below these lows, maybe first a retest, a little bit of a bounce, rejection, lower high, and then I would say we're going to very likely go lower from there. Let me see if I can get a little bit of a target for that. Yeah, I would not look at this as serious at all, because it's telling me right now $1.72. If that happens, like Rivian is probably going bankrupt. They're going to zero. I don't think that's going to happen. I think maybe it would be somewhere around $5, $6, like a little sweep of the low, get everybody bearish to short those lows, saying it's going to go to zero, and then reverse it from there. But even if that were to happen, how much of a percent move is that? Yeah, that's like a 50% drop from here. So even that would be very, very significant. Right now, what scares me the most out of anything on this asset, this Rivian, is that these 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence. Because not crypto, but stocks like to and assets like to work in the power of 3s. The third one is usually the biggest one. And right now we don't have it confirmed yet, but it's basically confirmed. As long as we're below this $13.46, is going to be confirmed. Go down to the 5-day. Do we have anything on there? We have the same hidden bearish divergence on the 5-day. 2-day, we have nothing. Daily, we have some hidden bullish divergence, but it's not looking the strongest because it's been retesting the moving average multiple times and it's been rejecting. So it looks like we're about to make another local high here. And once we make a local high, the hidden bullish divergence is going to be invalidated. And to confirm a local high, we need one more close below $13.33. If this candle here closes below $13.33, we're going to confirm another local high, and then the hidden bullish divergence is going to be invalidated. And I don't know if you guys see, this is not the most cleanest, but there is somewhat of a head and shoulders right here. It's a very bastardized head and shoulders, a very dirty one, but it's technically still valid. And that would give us a pretty low target. Let's see if I can draw that. This is probably going to be one of those targets that's ridiculous. I can already tell. Based on the Fibonacci targets, which gave us $1, this is probably going to be very ridiculous. Oh, that's not that bad at all. It's giving us a target of $7.69. Perfect number. Which is,
I can see that happening.
Which is exactly what we were saying before, where it goes down, retests those lows, maybe sweeps below it, makes a deviation, and then closes back above, and then we could get our real move back to the upside. But I would not bet on that. That would be the most hopium that I can possibly provide right now.
And you're also about to silver cross to the downside, which is pretty bad.
Yeah, you're very close. Very close.
Yeah, it's nothing. So it looks great. So what you're saying is go long on Rivian.
Awesome. Yeah, you use leverage too.
Thank you, sir. Ok, está Farhan viendo esto, obviamente con el HPDR, que es el historic, wait, what's HPDR? Historic Price Data.
Historical Price Delta Range.
Delta Range. Entonces, usando sus indicadores y todo lo que hemos visto en Rivian, les podemos decir esto. Básicamente, esto es la gráfica de Rivian en la mensual, para que tengan una idea de cómo se ve exactamente. Voy a acercarme un poco. No hay tanta actividad, obviamente, por lo nuevo que es el asset, pero pueden ver sencillamente cómo estamos peleándonos en contra de esta línea. Hemos sido rechazados cada que llegamos a ella y formamos un nuevo bajo. Lo pueden ver acá, tenemos este bajo, lo pueden ver acá, tenemos este bajo y lo pueden ver acá, que parece que vamos a ir a crear un nuevo bajo. Viéndolo simplemente en la mensual, lo que Farhan encontró son 3 posibles divergencias bajistas que si se llegan a dar, y estamos hablando de un cierre debajo de los 13.40, de los 13.46, en este momento el precio de Rivian está en los 13.14, podían empezar a hacerse, y eso nos llevaría a un objetivo por ahí de los $8.70. En la semanal, vamos a ver la semanal rápidamente y ajustar. Disculpen, esta es una gráfica con demasiados dibujitos porque pues es de las favoritas del tío Salo. En la semanal podemos ver cómo estamos peleándonos literalmente en este momento con la resistencia clara que tenemos acá en los 13.31. Fuimos rechazados y lo mismo pasó con el EMA 21, que es la línea amarilla. También perdimos el 9, no lo pudimos retomar y tuvimos un rechazo. En la semanal, con los instrumentos de Farhan y los indicadores, podemos ver que en su HPDR nos rechazó la media. Normalmente cuando la media te rechaza, que es la porción azul de su indicador, cuando la media te rechaza, hay una gran probabilidad, por ahí casi del 70%, de ir a la parte baja de la media y eso lo pone en $11.22. La última vez que vimos básicamente esto, el precio de Rivian fue de $22 a 8.41 y el momentum va para abajo, la volatilidad para abajo casi está en 0, por lo que probablemente se viene un gran movimiento y el Joule acaba de prender un sell signal en lo que se refiere a la semanal. En la de harina, que es la diaria, podemos ver literalmente estamos a punto de tener un cruce plateado a la baja, donde el 21 baja del 55, más bien lo pierdes, el rechazo de la 9, y justamente viene en caída brutal. Para mí, personalmente, les he dicho, este nivel fue muy importante, el de los 13.32. Si no lo podemos seguir tomando, y vean literalmente el rechazo que le está dando al precio, si no lo podemos recuperar, no se ve bien la cosa. En la diaria tenemos el momentum empezando a apuntar para arriba, la volatilidad empezando a apuntar para abajo, el Joule viene en una señal neutral y simplemente no hay fuerza. Si no cerramos arriba de la media que está en los 13 con literalmente 45 centavos, probablemente esto vaya a nuquear para abajo y tengas un movimiento muy parecido a lo que vimos el año pasado, que fue este segundo movimiento. Tuviste el primero por ahí de abril, el subidongo y luego el bajadongo. Este es tu subidongo en este momento, simplemente en Rivian, porque las cosas han cambiado. Vamos a ver cómo se da, pero el número al que tienes que estar viendo es literalmente acá. Si cierras abajo los 13.33, muy probablemente el precio de Rivian vaya a seguir yéndose a la baja. Y perdón que no te había puesto mi Carlos Sánchez, pero ahí lo tienes. Care to take a second to explain real quick? I'm just going to explain this, how we use the EMA, SMAs, because I already learned a lot from you guys, so I'll spare you on that. You're doing dot, Alex, right? And then Farhan, you want to do Sava, S-A-V-A?
Got it.
Cool. Thank you. Perfect. All righty. I'm going to explain this to everyone. Okay. Lo que nos está preguntando Juan Luis García Segovia, que esto pues, es una clase, ¿no? Básicamente. Y ya lo puedo explicar yo porque he aprendido de estos pendejos. No. Hola, tío. ¿Solo pueden explicar cómo usan los instrumentos en conjunto, el EMA y el SMA, para ver si una acción tiene la probabilidad de subir o bajar, por ejemplo, el cruce de plata? Simplemente nos enfocamos en estos. ¿Qué son los EMAs, SMAs? ¿Quieres abrir uno? Tienes tu TradingView, vas a ir acá y vas a buscar EMA, ¿ok? Y vas a agarrar cualquiera, el que te guste. Personalmente me iría con uno de estos. Una vez que le picas ahí, y ponte tú que lo tengo acá puesto, déjeme, voy a despintar todos menos uno para que nos podamos enfocar. Este es el 21. EMA es Exponential Moving Average, que es el promedio del precio exponencial, y el otro es el simple, que es el SMA, ¿no? Ahora, ¿dónde quieres usar los EMAs? EMAs nos gustan más de tiempo corto, ¿no? El más grande, el más largo que vamos a usar es el de los 100, pero de EMAs recomendamos, y lo que usamos es el 100, el 55, el 21 y el 9. Y el SMA que uso es el de los 200. Es lo único que usamos para también no complicar tanto esto, aunque a estos de general les gusta usar el 5 y el 34. Personalmente todavía no me meto a ello, pero esa es la idea. Cuando quieres hacer digamos que pudiste poner uno en tu tabla, te metes aquí en Settings, le picas y aquí te pone qué tan largo quieres tu EMA o SMA. Pones acá el de los 21, puedes cambiar a los 9, puedes cambiar a los números que te he dado. Y acá puedes escoger si quieres un EMA o un SMA. Y también que sea al cierre. Es muy importante tenerlo al cierre porque es lo que usamos como referencia de precio. ¿Ok? Son estas líneas y simplemente, una vez más, son promedios para todo el mundo que se está preguntando. Ahora, ¿cómo los usas para entender algo o para ver cómo va el precio? Y vamos a usar Coinbase como referencia, porque exactamente. Espérame tantito, que es el 200, el 9. Ok. Puedes ver acá, ¿cómo usamos esto? Básicamente, el 9 es un gran indicador. Si pierde el precio el 9, normalmente, y el 9 en este momento está en los 200, puedes ver cómo los precios de cada uno de tus líneas está acá, de tus promedios. El 55 es 217, el 214 es el 100, el 200, el SMA 200 es 193. Aquí te pone todos los precios al lado de donde están en los cierres. Normalmente, y puedes darte cuenta cómo a los precios les encanta usarlos como soporte. ¿Ves? Y normalmente cuando los pierdes, como en esta área, tienes literalmente caídas gigantescas, pero cuando los vuelves a retomar, como en esta zona, puedes ver los pompazos que dan. Ahora, ¿cuáles son los pasos a seguir para esto? Normalmente tienes que analizar cómo el precio usa estos EMAs y puedes ver, literalmente te echas para atrás y puedes ver qué pasa cuando pierdes uno. Coinbase, por ejemplo, no le gusta perder el 9. Una vez que pierde el 9, pierde el 21 fácil, del 21 el 55, el 55 el 100, y bueno, el 200 no hay tantos datos históricos en la tabla, porque recuerda, son 200 cierres a ese precio, discúlpame. ¿Cómo usamos esto para ver? Lo primero que tienes que ver en varias acciones, déjame ver si UNG lo enseña. UNG, exactamente. UNG en la diaria está retomando el 21 y el 9 y está encima de. Eso quiere decir que no quieres perder los 14.40 y probablemente tu siguiente objetivo vayan a ser los 15.45 porque les gusta ir, rebotar y buscar este tipo de cosas. ¿Cuándo tienes un cruce plateado? Un cruce plateado es justamente lo que vimos en Rivian en esta zona. Es cuando ponte tú, porque todos estos se van moviendo todo el tiempo, son promedios, el promedio de 9 días, el promedio de 21.55. Cuando tienes un cruce plateado que es un silver cross, es cuando el 55 el 21 se trepa al 55. Y en esta zona puedes ver cómo el 55 está arriba, aquí en naranja, el 21 está aquí abajo. Una vez que cambia eso, el 21 se va para arriba y el 55 se queda abajo, puedes literalmente ver cuánto subió el precio acá, el pompazo que dio, 71%. Y también lo puedes usar todos estos indicadores para ver simplemente dónde hay convergencia. Aquí puedes ver cómo en la tabla de Bitcoin cómo el precio ha sido rechazado una y otra vez de la 21, está intentando mantener la 9, se ha estado peleando en este rango por un rato. Acá tienes el 55, que también ya lo fue a intentar tocar, y el 100, que todavía no lo toca, pero estás abajo de estos promedios. Si llegas a perder el 9 y el 21, Bitcoin probablemente tenga un caidón, pero de esos brutales, porque la última vez que perdió el 200, y aquí está el 200, puedes darte puedes entender dónde fue eso, ¿no? Que el 200 no lo había perdido hasta que fue el fondo del mercado literalmente, no fue el fondo del mercado literalmente, pero la vez que lo perdió, que fue acá, tuvo una bajada vamos a ver, lo perdiste acá, intentaste ir, te rechazó y tuviste este caidón, entonces digamos lo perdiste acá. Y el precio de Bitcoin bajó 67%. Simplemente poniendo atención a tus promedios, a estos EMAs, SMAs, te dan una muy buena pinta de qué tipo de movimiento y hacia dónde va la fuerza del mismo movimiento. Y también te dan zona de confluencia. Cuando tienes muchas cosas en un mismo lugar, como esto, donde estás viendo el precio acá, probablemente Bitcoin vaya a intentar hacer esto y después caerse. Probablemente, hay una gran probabilidad. Ahora, si llega a superar esto y tiene cierres encima de y los promedios bajan, pues bueno, obviamente lo que sigue es lo contrario de lo que te acabo de decir. Y así es como se usan los promedios. Alrighty, guys, let's go on to this. What do we got here, Dot? You're muted, Alex.
Yeah. Let me
go find Dot.
Nice. So yeah, we have Polkadot here. One of those coins that just go down only. I mean, I remember when I had it had a nice move up because of there was like some I forgot what company it was. Essentially, some crypto company was funding a bunch of certain coins, essentially in the same kind of area, and Dot was one of them. So it had a nice run up, because of the funding, additional funds. It kind of fizzled out, and now where are we? So essentially, what I'm seeing here is okay. To start the weekly off, I just want to note, we have a slightly fresh silver cross to the downside, which is concerning. I mean, that's not a good sign, especially when it happened. I mean, price is already down so much from its high, and this kind of just solidifies that, these altcoins can go down a lot more even after they've gone down more. And so having this silver cross to the downside, that's when the 55 goes above the 21, this purple line. How do you play that? Well, technically, you're supposed to bid the 9. And I like where the 9 on the weeklies kind of at right now. It's at $5.25. I do think that $5 region is going to be big resistance on Polkadot if it gets a bit into that. It may not, but to the book with the silver cross, we're supposed to just keep looking at the 9 as resistance. If we do a bearish retracement here from the high to the closure low, also I'm liking how we essentially are basing off the 236, and for me, the next point would be the 382, right at $5.78. That's why I'm mentioning on the weekly, like I'm liking the area that we're getting, kind of a nice confluence overall with this $5 region, because where's the EMA 9 now on the weekly? Well, it's right around $5.30. So, essentially, if Polkadot does get a bounce or rally into the zone, we'd have to look at that as just, a mean reversion and to another lower high in rejection. And I do believe that come in right around the 9. Now, if Polkadot can reclaim this meme line, which in theory would probably reclaim the weekly 9, then I think we could have more momentum to go up. If we just focus on this one line, and I don't do altcoins on monthlies, I prefer to do them on weeklies because there's not a lot of data overall. So if we're analyzing this on a weekly, we can see here this one line here right at $4, for like $5, we'll call it $5 flat, is a big level for Polkadot. It makes sense in crypto. Psychological levels. That's what we call that when it's like a nice round number, like $5. And that's kind of where this big resistance is at currently. And why I'm saying this is a point, a spot you should watch, because not only do we have this weekly 9 right here, we had that bearish retracement under the 382 right at like $5.80, telling me that, yeah, there's resistance right at this zone, but also, the reactions anytime Polkadot has reclaimed this level on a weekly has been impressive. I mean, here we broke out and then it just rallied straight to resistance. This was the easy one because we broke out, came down, back tested it, flipped it into support, and then had a nice move up. That's why I think that this zone here should be what everyone's watching if you're trying to play Polkadot, because it can just kind of be an easy trade. If the weekly reclaims this level while holding the 9, then there's probably a good chance we'll go to the 21, which would be an impressive bounce to $6. But as it stands now, I am watching this to move a little higher, and it wouldn't surprise me if we rejected at $5.20 to $5.60, basically forming that next lower high. What bulls want on this is basically for us to break, in my opinion, $6.60. If it can break this last rejection high here, right here, that was put in on July 1st on the weekly, I do think we can have a lot bigger squeeze. If we do end up squeezing a lot more, and keep in mind, I don't think this is going to happen, because even it just going back to this next meme line at $6.80 would be an impressive bounce. I mean, that would be a 47% move, which, in altcoins isn't crazy, but especially when we're not getting that momentum or a lot of assurance on Bitcoin, it's really hard to look at higher. So currently I'm watching just this $5.30 level on the weekly. I think the weekly too can make it easier when you're trading altcoins because it kind of erases all the other noise. If we go to a lower time frame now, like a daily even, I mean, it doesn't show us as much data as what we'd want with the weekly, in my opinion. And the more data we have, the more confident we could be on the trades. And as it stands now, if we delete this on the daily, we can see here that Polkadot's trying to reclaim the 9. What bulls want us on the daily now is for us to break this high. This is at $4.93. Lines up almost perfectly with this resistance line. If bulls can get back above there, then we probably do squeeze up. I don't like using the 55 as any point of metric to trade rather than crosses, but since it's on here, it is still lining up on the daily right around where that daily EMA, that weekly EMA 9 was, right around $5.30. So it's just a point that we keep seeing on all time frames that it's basically the charts telling us that, there's going to be some pushback right around that level. Again, EMA 9 on the 5 days, perfectly lining up with this zone as well. So in theory, in summary, watch $5. That $5 zone is going to be very important. This $5 region is basically, in my opinion, going to determine if this is going to be some kind of local bottom or not, in my opinion. Because if we end up reclaiming these levels with the 9 reclaiming, with the EMA 9 on the weekly getting reclaimed, the daily EMA 55 along with the 5-day EMA 9 getting reclaimed, there's at least a good chance we'll go to $6, if not $6.80. But like one thing after the next, and we have to look at this as just a mean reversion bounce. leading to essentially a bearish retest of the 9, going for more downside, especially when we have that fresh weekly silver cross right here. So something to consider if you're watching Polkadot. Not a strong chart. It's in a downtrend, and it's, barely clinging on to support here. If it loses this line, I do think it's just going to die. And, you could argue this chart's already dead. I mean, it went from basically $55 to $4. But essentially, if bulls can't hold this $3.50 zone, I don't see, where else they could take this essentially. And there's really nothing but air. You could say, well, we could go to $2, but at that point, I'm just looking at this as a dead chart. So watch the weekly. You're going to say something, Alejandro?
Can I share just real quick to add a little confluence to what you're showing?
I'm basically done. Watch the weekly in summary, especially with that fresh silver cross in the 9, right around that area at $5 that we keep seeing on all time frames.
Weekly chart, right? Shoulder, head, shoulder, breakdown. And also your bearish retest of the breakdown, which normally happens on one of these formations, goes back into the exact place where the EMA 9 is, right in between the $5 mark and the 532. So it's
Very
actually
clean.
looking terrible.
The
only terrible thing about this is when you measure it, it gives you a negative number.
Yeah. And honestly, I'm not surprised by that, because it's one of those. Polkadot's one of those cryptos that had an insane rally, and then people kind of got lost in their sauce, thinking Polkadot can even reach 20, and here we are at $4 after it topped out at 55, unable to even come close to its market cycle top. In 2021, when everything's going parabolic and Polkadot can only go to 12, $11.70, $12. It's not a good sign, and you hear people. I know a lot of people are new to crypto, or if they are, you're going to hear a lot of people talk about how alt season, altcoins, this, that, parabolic gains. But you have to remember and remind yourself that per my metric, and I know Farn will agree, if an altcoin's not breaking its previous cycle highs in the next bull market, it's dead. It's dead to me. It's not a good sign.
Yeah.
And that's why you're hearing the arguments with like Ethereum, because really the only coins we've seen break its market cycle high is Bitcoin and Binance, which is very interesting to me, extremely interesting. And Tron is only about 14% away. Tron has Justin Sun, Binance has CZ, and Bitcoin has no one.
And to add on to that, CZ is just about to get out of jail. So you already know we're going to get the mother of pumps when CZ gets out of jail.
We fucking better. It would be the most ridiculous thing.
So if we're trading just your chart though, Alejandro, the correct way per the book is short the bearish retest. Now, if we didn't know we had a weekly silver cross on top of that, the actual way to trade that is the 9. So it's nice that we're getting so many areas right around that $5.30 to maybe $5.60 on a wick. But I would just not disregard that silver cross on the weekly in that $5 region. And it could be an opportunity potentially. I don't trade alts, but if you were looking to short something, especially with that silver cross, you're supposed to look to the 9. So that could be an opportunity, especially since we are getting that breakdown with the inverse head and shoulders. So or no, head and shoulders.
Regular head. Yeah, it's just a regular head and shoulder. Sadly, this is just a regular one.
Unfortunately, for bulls.
For anyone that's here. Now, the one that Farhan's doing is going to fucking make us laugh, because I know Samir has been asking for a while about this because he bought Saba at 38, so that'll be a fun one. Let's do this. All right, let me just translate this. Then you have Saba, and then you want to do GME, Alex, please?
Sure.
Oh, let's see if Alex can give the apes some hopium.
I doubt it, dude. It
Probably
looks like
but we'll see.
Yeah, lower highs and ranging to the side. We'll see what Alex says. Either way, let me just present this in español. Estamos viendo rápidamente Polkadot, que es una criptomoneda, obviamente. Lo feo de ver Polkadot y lo que mucha gente se emociona con es, creen que todavía va a empezar apenas alt season. Todo el mundo se emociona, dicen, güey, no has visto nada. Pero la realidad es que literalmente, esto fue cuando Solana básicamente estaba acá comparado con su máximo histórico. Bitcoin rompió su máximo histórico. Tristemente Ethereum no. Pero pueden ver que literalmente lo único que logró ganar del alto más alto que hizo, no, o sea, literalmente 78% abajo del alto más alto que hizo en esta sección. Ok, vamos a pasar rápidamente a lo que nos dijo Alex en semanal. Esto no pinta nada bien para toda la gente que se lo pregunte. ¿Por qué? Varios factores al mismo tiempo. Tenemos uno, cruce plateado a la baja. Acá el 21 se bajó del 55, que es justamente lo que acabamos de platicar, aprender todos juntos por acá. Normalmente cuando esto pasa, ¿qué es lo que quieres hacer? Quieres buscar un retesteo bajista. ¿Dónde te va el retesteo bajista? Hay varias cosas que se están juntando acá. Este es un nivel importante, como podemos ver que está literalmente en los $5, donde es soporte o resistencia, dependiendo de dónde esté el precio, lo hemos perdido y vamos para abajo. Aquí les dibujé un hombro, cabeza, hombro. Este es un patrón de hombro, llega hasta el punto más alto y luego al más bajo. Cabeza, bueno, no voy a poder tocar la cabeza, pero ya se imaginan, al punto más bajo. Y el hombro del alto al punto más bajo, que es literalmente esto. ¿Cómo lo mides? ¿Cómo sabes cuál es el movimiento que va a venir de esto? Sencillo. Pones una línea de tendencia del punto más bajo para que tocarlo. Este va a ser tu apoyo. Pueden ver que se rompió aquí a la baja. Eso quiere decir que ya se ejecutó y además te confirmó con esta vela y con esta y con esta. Entonces esto ya está confirmado. Vamos a ver si te lo da. Pero la cosa es, normalmente mides estos del punto más alto del precio literalmente hasta abajo, en el punto donde toca la línea de tendencia de abajo, la de soporte o resistencia. Pones esto donde se rompe y esto lleva el precio de Polkadot a un negativo, para que tengas una idea. ¿Qué es lo que puedes hacer? ¿Qué es accionable en esta tabla? Aquí hay un short bastante fácil. Normalmente cuando el precio cae y rompe una de estas tendencias, y aquí está rompiendo dos líneas importantes, la de los 5 y los 5.25, cuando te caes, normalmente el precio intenta rebotar, y cuando tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, un silver cross a la baja, donde el 21 baja y el 55 se queda arriba, lo más fácil que puedes hacer es esperar a que el precio venga a retestear justamente la 9. Entonces probablemente venga a retestear la 9, falle y se vaya para abajo. ¿Dónde abres tu short? Donde está la 9, literalmente, y donde lo cierras, pues, puedes darte un poco de margen y decir 5.88. Si rompes esto, lo puedes invalidar, aunque también va a bajar el 21 y el 55. Normalmente lo quieres hacer cuando quieres poner tu stop loss, cuando el precio toque el 21. Pero de nuevo, el precio va a bajar más y también el 9 en el 9 y en el 21. Entonces, pendiente ahí, pero ahí lo tienen. Polkadot se ve, estamos más tirándonos a la baja que a la alza. Podríamos venir para acá. En la diaria nos está contando un poco de una historia algo diferente, pero es justamente lo que es que odio el tool para pintar, que está intentando retomar la 9 y ahí va a ir a buscar la 21, ¿ok? Y vean dónde está justo, o sea, literalmente. Y ahí hasta la 55 no la quiero usar para tradear, pero para que veas cómo hay confluencia con todas estas líneas, probablemente el precio venga acá. Mientras más líneas y más promedios se encuentren en un lugar, más probabilidad hay que el precio vaya a ir a buscar esos lugares y después hacer su siguiente movimiento. Ahí lo tienes, eso es Polkadot, damas y caballeros. Vamos con Sava, because my guy just entered at $38. Let me look at the chart, because I want to see what's going on over here. Why'd you buy this at 38? That was like almost the high, right?
That was literally so close to the rejective high. It's crazy. This seems to me like no judgment. It seems to me like a FOMO buy, which is
100%.
the worst thing you can ever do. Whenever you FOMO into something, almost always you're going to get wrecked, because you're trading off of emotions at that point. And if you look at the HPDR right now, you guys can see we're above the 95% range. So we only have a 5% chance of closing above here. We're approaching the 99% range. So you have to consider the statistics. You have to say, okay, so we have a 5% chance of continuing from here. If we hit here, we have a 1% chance of continuing from here. Instead of buying in this area, you should be FOMO shorting in this area, because you have the stats overwhelmingly on your side. You have less than 5% chance of being wrong from here. So you would more likely want to take a short whenever you're in these extremity areas versus seeing a massive green candle and taking a buy. That's a very, very bad idea. That's how the market takes your money away from you, because they play your emotions. They want you to get to be greedy or fearful, and then they use that to take all of your money away from you. Like anybody who bought this, as soon as they closed like this, they immediately closed their positions. They got all of the liquidity out, and then it quickly reversed. You can see, like, whenever we're at these extremities, it's not one of those places you would want to play unless you're playing on the opposite direction. Right now, we're getting momentum at very extreme levels. We're getting volatility at very extreme levels. We have to expect some type of consolidation or pullback from here, just based off statistics. We look at the jewel right now. The jewel is giving us the pink is about to cross over the yellow, and the light blue is above everything else. This is about to give us the perfect jewel weekly buy signal, the most ideal signal that you can possibly get. We're about to get, but I wouldn't say that you should use this to say that we're going to go to the sky from here. We're going to go straight to the moon, because we have to keep in mind that we're at these extreme levels. I would expect maybe close over this 200, get a retest this area below, deviate below it, and then from there I would look for these ranges to step up. If these ranges do not step up, I would not be looking for another move up until they step up, because you have, like I said before, you have a less than a 5% chance of continuation while the ranges are still in this area. If we look at the daily right now is giving the same thing, where momentum is at extreme levels, volatility is at extreme levels, and the jewel is it's not quite as good as the weekly one right now, but it's still pretty good because it's about to cross the pink. Whenever you see the light blue cross the pink, that tells you that you're about to get a pretty decent move to the upside. But the ultimate signal is when the pink and the yellow are close together, and then the blue crosses above all of them. That one gives you the picture perfect jewel signal. Right now we don't have that. We have it on the weekly. We don't have it on the daily. And we're getting the same exact signs on the daily and the weekly. Let's go down to the RSI and see if we have any divergences. One of my favorite things personally to trade with is RSI divergences, because they're extremely powerful, especially on the very high time frames. Let's go to start with the monthly. See if you have any divergences. No divergences. Monthly, weekly, nothing. We have a little bit of inverse head and shoulders in the weekly. We're breaking into the bullish control zone. Right now, as long as we close weekly within $30.70, as long as we're above that level, it's going to confirm that we're staying within the bullish control zone, and it's going to confirm this inverse head and shoulders as the breakout. At that point, you would have to target the top bullish critical range. This number is going to move up, and I wouldn't expect it to hit right now based off the HPDR, how we're at 95%. But currently, that number is at $76.90. This number is going to move down significantly because we are at the 95% range, so we're most likely going to consolidate. And from there, I would say that we're probably going to hit, like, see if I can get a good target. These previous projected highs would be perfect right here to retest if we do get that inverse head and shoulders to play out, which right now is currently sitting at right around $50. And $50 is a very significant psychological level as well. Like I consider 25, 50, 75, and 100 to be very important psychological levels, because that's what most people look at, and they like to use like the power of like 25s. So it makes for very important levels where price would reject, or if it accepts above it, then we would get a massive move up to the next psychological level. And right now, that next psychological level is see if it aligns with our Fibonacci targets. What is that? And we have a gap right here, so that would be our next psychological level, because everybody wants to see the gap get filled, and that's sitting right around $68 to $70. We were looking at that 70 range before. I can see us get a little bit of a wick above there, go to 75, maybe get a little rejection, retest these areas, and then if we're still bullish, move up from there. But at that point, the ranges will move up too. So we'll have the statistics on our side as well for that move up. Currently, we don't have that. We're just waiting for it to confirm. 5-day, any divergences? No. 2-day, any divergences? We have some bullish divergence right here, but it's already played out because we have a local high. We have a local low here, and we're still within the bullish control zone. So as long as we're still in the bullish control zone, we have to assume that we're going to consolidate and maybe move up from there. And as you guys see, my BBWP, my volatility indicator, the Bollinger Bandwidth percentile, it's been at extreme levels since July 1st. So it's been for 1 month, it's been at extreme levels. Right now, it's pulling, it's contracting right now, and volatility is moving down. So you would have to look for whatever move we make right here to be corrective. If we move up, you would assume that to be a corrective move and expect to move down from there. If we move down, you would expect that to be a corrective move and to move up from there. But for now, we're at very extreme volatility, while momentum is still pointed sharply up to the upside. Look at the daily. Daily is not giving us anything. Daily has a local low right here, and we're still maintaining within the bullish control zone. So as long as the daily stays above $29.20, bulls are still strongly in control, and we should be looking for a consolidation and a move higher. And we look at the jewel. The jewel is flipping sharply back up to the upside and giving us a fresh buy signal as well. That would coincide with us consolidating here, maybe getting a little bit of a move higher, and then maybe a pullback and consolidation, and then we would get our real move. But I would not expect a trending move while volatility is at these highs.
So you think there's going to be a fake out first, and then there's going to be the actual move is going to play?
Yeah, based on the volatility and the HPDR ranges, I think that we are most likely not going to move up from here. If we're still bullish, we're probably going to make like a little move to the upside, make a lower high, pull back, get everybody scared, make some consolidation, and then make the next move to the upside. As long as we still stay within those ranges.
Do you think this shit's going to attack the EMA 200, which is at 33.16 on the weekly?
I think it very easily could, and that would be the place I would look for our next lower high before consolidation.
Yeah, and then you're probably going to range around here, which, by the way, if you look at the 100, you lost the 100 right here. You try to regain it here, fucking rejected you. Try to take it here, rejected you. Try to take it here, rejected you. Then you went over every single thing right here. You're about to do a silver cross on the weekly. Yeah, like the 21 is about to come up on the 55 right here, and you're going to test out the 200 SMA, which is at 33.16. I just feel like it needs to range just based on your indicator because it's so exhausted on the movement right now, but seems to be bullish.
Yeah, it really looks bullish, but I would look for consolidation from here. I wouldn't look for an expansion straight from here based off of that HPDR.
Say, okay, perfecto. Thank you. Vale, Samer, ahí te va. Estamos viendo esto en la semanal, lo voy a poner en la mensual para que tengamos una buena idea de lo que estamos viendo. On the monthly, you already went over the 200. Puedes ver que en la mensual esto se ve bastante alcista, honestamente. Vienes de poder limpiar literalmente esta tendencia bajista que no podía romper el precio. Veniste hasta acá, ¡pum!, se rompe y acá ves cómo estás encima de todos los promedios. Pero cuando volteamos a ver a la semanal rápidamente, acercándonos potentemente, podemos ver cómo literalmente flipeamos la 9, el 21, el 55 y acá estás a punto de tener un cruce plateado que tiene que confirmarse. Acá tienes el 100 y ahora vas a ir a buscar el 200 que está por ahí de los 33.27. Lo que estamos viendo en el HPDR que nos dijo Farhan justamente en la semanal, volatilidad y también momentum está en extremos. Estamos en la parte hasta arriba de la media. ¿Qué nos dice eso? Que solamente tienes una probabilidad muy pequeña de literalmente 5% que el precio siga a la alza. Eso no quiere decir que ya se va a detener el precio aquí y que te vas a ir para abajo, pero lo que sí es que probablemente vaya a ranguear. Y eso también combinaría con esto, con el que estás a punto de hacer este cruce plateado por acá. Lo que diríamos es, muy probablemente va a ir a buscar el precio de los 33.22. Después de buscar los 33.22, acá vas a probablemente ranguear en esta zona. Y después de un rato, si todo sigue tal cual y formas buena estructura y sigues encima de todos los promedios, muy probablemente tengas un movimiento a la alza. Y tu siguiente objetivo es obviamente la zona de los 37.62. De ahí, tu siguiente objetivo serían los 50. Es cosa tuya, obviamente, ¿qué vas a hacer por acá? Entraste en 38 en literalmente este velón, pero no estás perdido. Estás 16% abajo al día de hoy, pero no estás tan perdido todavía y acá depende qué es lo que usted guste. Ok, Alex, I know you're doing GME and then Farhan, I'll ask him to do Moderna.
Perfect. Let me get my chart here. Let me get that up. GME is looking kind of interesting to me. I mean, yeah, we'll go into it. It's looking interesting now. And I want to go on the monthly first. I think that's what it was. Yeah. Cool. You see it? All right, nice. So, I mean, GameStop's looking very, when I say interesting, it's because it is. So, I mean, what happened 4 months ago, we had that massive rally up, massive short squeeze again. And then we've kind of fizzled out. We've just came all the way back down. Nasty wick high rejection. Price has been slowly trekking down. Now, why I think it's interesting is, we have We have basically us holding major support again. I just find it interesting because, you kind of have people stop talking. Everyone's kind of stopped talking about GameStop. It's kind of like, it fizzled out. It's going to not do anything for a long, long time again, is the assumption. But I mean, as it stands on the monthly, it's not looking the worst. And there is even a possibility. I again don't look at technical analysis on memes like GameStop too much, because it's all just a liquidity game at the end of the day with GameStop. But I mean, what I see on GameStop is we do have the potential to silver cross on the monthly. You can argue, well, Alex, don't we have a silver cross to the downside right now? Well, yes, we do technically. It's very close to getting invalidated, though. I'm unsure where price would have to go for this 21 to flip up. I do assume, though, it would be probably over $23.30. And then closing above that. Closing above $23.30 on a monthly closure would probably move this 21 more up. Hopium on the monthly, because that's very interesting to see, especially while we have price. Yes, it rejected very hard, but basically came back down to the 9. Bulls are looking at this as a back test, right? We were pressed down this entire time by the 9, in the 21. Let me take the 55 off, so there's not too many lines. Right, and then we basically broke out, rejected, came all the way down, and now price almost caught support at our meme line, and also the monthly EMA 100. It's not looking the worst potentially if bulls can actually get a reaction from this point and not deviate the 9 on the monthly, currently sitting at $19.89. That's what I see on the monthly, though, just as a really objective view. It could be just a back test of a big breakout. And the reason why, I mean, it was just so aggressive down is because it was an insane pump up. Very key point here, this area. And we're seeing, this chart's very obvious to me. We're getting a nice 21 and 9 cluster. Also, the monthly potentially not even silver crossing here. We'd also potentially want to see this 9 go back above the 21, confirming to me the strength on the monthly. All unconfirmed right now. And I guess you could argue there is a technical silver cross to the monthly as it stands. Now, if we go to the weekly here, the weekly is interesting because we're basically essentially getting, the levels are very obvious to me on the weekly. Bulls essentially want this 9 to get reclaimed. They then look for structure. They'd argue that structure is being formed then on this low. For potentially, and remember, technical analysis is hard on these meme coins, for potentially maybe a weekly higher low here. Right? It makes it hard, though, because these wick highs, we'll call it, this wick high, essentially, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, has to get broken, which is hard. I mean, that's a big, big move. Strength to me, probably if we get back above $30, gives us a chance to go back to 39. There's going to be a very key point. If price can then reclaim 39 and break this wick, we do then probably go up more, and we'll potentially test these highs, if not form that higher high. All just speculation, though. And as it stands now, the weekly is on the 9. We'd expect this 9 to basically reject here right now on this closure. Now, bulls can keep it in this EMA range with the 9 and the 21 and consolidate a little bit more, let it come down. But bears do want this just to roll over right around here. And, another point, too, is, the 2 week. I mean, so what we have here is we have the weekly, and there's still 2 days, and it's not far from reclaiming this 9 here. It's sitting at $22.82. If this can get reclaimed, it would look very good. This would look like a failed breakdown to a reclaim, holding the weekly 9, while the monthly basically back tested all major moving averages, and it's holding above. And then the 2 week, then, right?
The week you also have a silver cross to the upside.
Right. And so, I was going to mention that. It's just very confusing to me because usually the 9 would be under here. We would have already had the 9 above the 21, and you would have bidded the 9. I've never, and keep in mind, I'm just learning crosses through foreign system, but he can know maybe a little bit more about this. I've never really seen the 21 silver cross, but the 9 is still under that. It's very, very interesting. So I don't know.
So what that would tell you is that the silver cross is not one of those silver crosses that you're going to look for that's going to be trending. It's going to be one of those corrective silver crosses while the 9 is below.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
That
So
makes
that's
sense.
interesting. Yeah. Because
Yeah.
that was the one point that was confusing me about this silver cross is this 9 here. Meaning, okay, we probably do get a bounce, but it's corrective, which does make sense. So as it stands, then this 9, like I said, should be this the rejection point essentially. Now, if price can reclaim the 9 on the weekly and move up, not only would that move this 21 above the 9, solidifying the strength, but then also it would solidify that this monthly does silver cross, giving us the easy signal. If this 21 crosses back above the 55, we then look at this 9 on the monthly as the place to bid technically. As you can see, it's on the verge. We just need some momentum up for this to happen, actually, to cross. So a lot of interesting, see, that's why I'm saying this chart's interesting to me, because it seems like, while no one's really paying attention to it anymore, yes, it had its pump, it's just going to fizzle out. I mean, the monthly is just looking interesting because it does just look like just a back test, essentially. Ugly, yes, it gross rejection, fat red candles, but we're not losing any major moving average yet. And there's still a long way to go. And when we get these almost like these shooting star formations here with no actual follow through, this can be like a trap because people see this on the monthly. Oh, this shit's so bearish. Look at how this candle closed. We get the down move. We lose this for a moment, the 9, the 21, but then it's never closed. And then price basically can revert. It's interesting. I mean, I see Bitcoin act like this often. Puts in a bad bearish candle on open, dumps to get bought up, and then people shorting this here get squeezed out if we pump. Scenario I'm watching for, and I'll be watching this monthly closely, because if this can silver cross of the monthly, then I do think we can squeeze. And regardless, if we're not going to look at EMAs anymore, if we're just going to focus on price action, which is smart with these kind of coins. We're basically almost at the bottom of the range too. Depending on how you draw this meme line, you could argue we've already hit it. I drew it basically from this last rejection major high here that happened in 07. You could argue price is front running it, and we're just back in this range that we've been in. After this failed breakout, breakdown, reclaim, are we just back testing this here for another move up? If I'm looking at price action, to me, that's what it looks like. And then if we do slap like the 9, you're like, yeah, I mean, we are holding the 9. What has been pressing this stock down the entire time? The 9. So yes, dumping, but going back to the 9 and potentially holding it would be a good sign to me. That's not actually looking the worst. And this could be just this could be a massive bear trap, essentially. But on the flip side, there's still 9 days, and a lot could happen, especially after Friday. With the economic event we have. So something to watch closely. Let me throw back the 21, the 55, and also let me throw the 100 on. And I'm liking that we're above all those on the monthly. But let's check a look at the daily. The daily is. Let me see here. So essentially what we see here is the daily is now, it did silver cross to the downside. Unsure how much weight these crosses are on GameStop, as they are like more corrective. But as it stands, yeah, I mean, we are rejecting it. We're under the 21, and we'd expect this 21 to reject right here, right at $22.64. And you'd want this 9 to get lost. If the 9 gets lost, then it probably solidifies the silver cross, and then we'd look for the 9 to be the rejection before it breakdown. Breakdown confirmed, in my opinion, if price gets back under $18.75. I'd then be looking at the $16 region. But on the daily, yes, we are at resistance technically. The weekly is at resistance as well. So, I mean, and the 2 week is just flirting with it right here. So, I mean, if you were playing this conservatively, I'd wait for the monthly to close. If the monthly can close and still hold the 9, then I would look at then I'd look at the 9 as an opportunity potentially. This will, in theory, flip up. The 21 will keep moving up as well, as long as price can not reject here. But as it stands, I mean, from where it's at now to the 9, I mean, it's still an 11% move. Not that much for GameStop. So watch the monthly closely, because if this monthly doesn't deviate here and we start holding this level, to me, I'll look at that as a promising sign to potentially squeeze up more. I don't want to add any more ranges to this, because I do believe this is a meme range. So these ranges are big. When has GameStop never had big moves? So I do think this range is true and right. It's just a matter of, are we going to actually go and test these highs again? Maybe, filling some of this inefficiency down. As it stands, it wouldn't surprise me with how this monthly is turning, but it really will be dictated on the weekly. The weekly, we don't want this to roll over, basically losing the 9, rallying up, rejecting the 9, bearish retest. We don't want that. And if you're bearish, that's exactly what you're looking at this point in time, which would line up with the daily rejecting right here. Basically, it would solidify the daily silver cross to the downside, reject the 21, and then we'd want basically us to lose the 9 on today's closure. And then we'd look at the 9 now as resistance, whereas the 21 was. We'd look at the 9 as resistance per the silver cross for the breakdown. So, I mean, for me, 50-50 on this chart. It depends on where this monthly closes and how we open in the next month. And, just like I was talking about with Polkadot, why would I go on to like anything lower than even a daily, which is still not that, it's still hard to trade a daily on these when it's so volatile and so trappy, predatory. That's why I wanted to start with the monthly and a weekly, because I do think that, yes, the noise is real on GME, but as it stands, the monthly is looking fine. It's not the best, but it's looking fine in the sense that it's holding everything it needs to hold for a chance to go up. I mean, on this parabolic rally, price reclaimed the 9, came back down, rejected it hard, held back above, right? Didn't close under any moving average. Nasty rejection, we all agree. And then we slowly just moved up again. That's kind of what I'm looking for in this scenario. So that's GameStop, I guess.
It's hard. It's so hard because it literally makes no sense. This is something of what I have on a daily, which is you went into this week high, then this one, which was lower, and now in here, and probably going to start facing.
You know what that can be considered as? A descending triangle.
Oh, yeah, because then you have a flat bottom right here.
And you can get a measured move from that top wick to the bottom line, and this is going to be negative. I know this is going to be negative.
And this is a bearish flag, right?
Yeah. The descending triangle has a 60% chance to break to the downside. The reason why I love the triangle so much is because the triangles, they work down simply to trend. The ascending triangles, they make higher highs and higher lows, and the descending triangles, they make lower highs and lower lows. So it just boils down to trend. The only thing you really need in trading is trend. If you understand trend, you don't really need anything else, even if you need any indicators.
Basically, yeah.
That's true, though, 100%. I mean, when I'm saying it's looking good on the monthly, it is. I mean, it's not looking the worst, but that can easily deviate down. I mean, it easily can, and I don't think we're going to squeeze massively up. We have more of a chance to break down because of how just the trend is. But as it stands, I mean, the monthly, if it can hold and consolidate and holding especially the 9, then I do think potentially the weekly can silver cross the upside. But it's all potentials with GME. And as it stands, the weekly is at resistance now on the 9. And that is where we'd expect to basically reject, right at $22.69 to $23. Gets back above there, then I think it gives more weight to the monthly looking better. But yep, you're right. I mean, trend's still down. GME, I would never trade this or even buy it. But I have to just subjectively say it's okay. It surprised me how okay it looked, I guess. I was expecting it worse, essentially.
And I want to say this would be too easy for everyone that's already playing this, because every person has bought in this area, right? All of the people are buying here with their diamond hands and holding forever. And the worst thing that could happen to all of the, like to any GME buyer in average, is for this to find a new lower low. Like that would literally fuck everyone in the ass. And I feel like, once again, what does price do? Normally what's against the majority. And I don't see anyone complaining about GME price. There's like there's still like funny things about the kitty cat guy, and there needs to be a place where they fucking hate him for this to go up. And I personally don't think we have gotten to this place. Maybe every GME trader is a genius and they know better than everybody else, and this is going to be that simple. And you just bought your GME right now and you're going to go to the moon. But I personally don't think so. I think there's a higher chance to the downside, and especially when you're looking at it like this. And look at on the weekly too. You brought it up, but it's true. You have a very bearish candle right here, which was exactly what rejected this. And then you have a confirmation with a close right here at 24.17. Then the move went on and it went all the way to here. But you're still right now on the weekly going against that resistance right now. So I think it's key.
So is it a bearish retest this week leading to that breakdown, or is it a reclaim? And that's why I do think it's just smart to wait for the monthly.
And look, the weekly on the EMA 9, that's the EMA 9 right there. So you got that's so nice far rejected.
It's nice confluence, and that's I love when we're getting like an EMA with a meme line, two meme lines actually in that zone. Solidifying though that if the weekly does get back above the 9 and reclaims your level, would not look, I guess, the worst.
I would rather go on the breakout to the upsides if that's the case. But
all an assumption. And even on that, I mean, descending triangle, I mean, essentially what that breakdown target would give us would be
$3.
Yeah, it would be basically just because we've never tested that 2021 breakout level where it basically went from $3 all the way up to $19. Yes, we've came down to 10, but we still have an efficiency I see right around $6 to $5. So that's not unreasonable at all, especially with that move that we had in 2021, how aggressive it was to the upside. Often those inefficiencies get filled aggressively down. Something to watch. I mean, it's very interesting. And we have that gap. So that's it. I would never trade GME. I mean, I would just watch the monthly, and the weekly. Let's see if the 9 can get reclaimed. If not, this is the spot where bears want to reject it though.
Absolutely. Thank you. Moderna and Alex, let me see what I got for you. WM.
Cool.
I don't know what that is, but WM.
Waste management.
Oh, yeah. They fucking love waste management, but I guess it's an important part of life.
I guess
do it every morning, a couple of times a day. Okay, here we go. Estamos viendo GME en la diaria. Esto es algo que les quiero enseñar. Lo que nos dijo Alex es, vamos a ver a la mensual. ¿Por qué? Porque en la mensual tenemos esta posibilidad de que estamos rebotando en el promedio del 9, en el EMA 9, y está dándonos un velazo para arriba. Tienes esta vela en la mensual, que también es algo que tienen que ver, y esto es aparte. Esta vela en la mensual es una vela súper bajista. Súper bajista. Porque vean lo larga que es. Cubre los $29 hasta los 22. Tienes la parte choncha de la vela, es menos del 25% del tamaño entero de esta vela, y aparte está cerró en la parte baja del 25% de la vela total. Eso es una vela perfectamente que te dice es un tope. ¿Qué necesitamos para confirmar que el precio de esta vela que está abierta este mes, que le quedan 9 días y 5 horas, cierre simplemente abajo de los 22.14? Con que cierres abajo de los 22.14 en la mensual, tienes una probabilidad muy alta de que este sea un movimiento, que este te haya dicho, este fue el tope de esta parte, y tienes un movimiento a la baja bastante agresivo. Puedes ver que está el precio encima del 9, pero también el precio encima del 9 fue lo que lo llevó a hacer este topezote de los 60 y tantos dólares. Literalmente cuando lo tomaste, que fue el mes de mayo, fue cuando te dio el pompazo y todo esto. Así que es un poco difícil el precio de de GME en este momento, pero ahí puedes ver la confluencia mensual de esto. Está el 21, el 9, déjame ver dónde está el 55 también dónde está el 100, ahí abajo también, y dónde está el 200, más abajo todavía. Ok, con toda esta confluencia muy probablemente vayas o estés rebotando a la alza o vayas a buscar una vez más el precio por acá. Déjame, te llevo a la semanal para que puedas ver un poco más de cerca en la semanal cómo estás arriba de la 21, arriba del 55. Claro que tienes un cruce plateado justamente acá, pero tienes que saber, como el 9 está todavía más arriba y esto es algo que se da, invalida este cruce. ¿Por qué? Porque pues no pasaste del 9, güey. Esto es simplemente algo que no podemos decir que con certeza que es un cruce plateado real, porque no pasaste el básico. Normalmente el 9 estaría abajo en cualquier escenario normal de esta tabla. ¿Ok? Y ahora te voy a llevar a la diaria para que tengas mejor concepto de esto. Este fue el breakout, este fue el siguiente rebote. Y acá, desde junio del 24, vienes en esta tendencia bajista. Esto va a tocar acá, ¿ok? Cuando tienes líneas que se juntan, que es lo que decimos que hay muchísima confluencia en el precio, ya tocamos los $18.77. En la diaria estamos viendo un poco de otra fotografía. En la diaria estamos arriba del 9, tenemos este cruce de acá plateado a la baja, y este sí es un cruce plateado a la baja. No, porque tienes el 9. No, sí, porque tienes el 9 aquí abajo. Tienes que aguantar el 9 acá, pero puedes ver cómo estás yendo en contra de esta resistencia. Este tipo de triángulos con un fondo plano tienen una tendencia del 60% a ser más bajista que alcista. ¿Cómo puedes medir el movimiento de esto? Agarras la parte arriba del triángulo y la cierras con la parte plana y mueves esto y lo pones donde crees que es el apex, ¿no? Que es donde tenga probabilidades de cerrar, pero como es un fondo plano, lo puedes hacer donde sea. Y yo ya lo hice. Eso nos llevaría a los $3.27. Y como pueden ver, los $3.27, si los llevo en la semanal, se van a poder dar una idea de que esa es una zona con bastante confluencia en el pasado con el precio de GME. Aquí lo ha tomado como soporte, lo ha perdido, etcétera. Y desde que tuvimos el breakout del 2021, no hemos vuelto a buscar precio por acá. Entonces, personalmente, obviamente esto es algo que no tradeamos nosotros, a menos de que sea chiste y para joder a todo el mundo, que honestamente es la única razón por la que lo hice la primera vez. Pero vean, estamos llegando a este punto de resistencia. ¿Qué es lo que queremos ver? Tienes que aguantarte en la mensual. Yo creo que te va a dar la mejor idea de qué hacer. En lo que estamos diciendo, si la mensual llega a perder ¿qué eran? Un segundo. Si en la mensual llegas a cerrar abajo de los 22.13, digamos 22.0, muy probablemente vayas a ir para abajo. Pero esa va a ser tu mejor zona. ¿Por qué? Porque si esto llega a apoyarse acá y de verdad cerrar a la alza y empujar esta resistencia que viene del lado que puedes ver en la diaria claramente, es alcista. Así de fácil. Nada más que por ahorita lo que parece que está haciendo es altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, bajos más bajos, bajos más bajos, bajos más bajos, y ahora tienes que aguantar a que no rompa los 18.60. Vale, pues. No. Moderna. And you're muted, Farhan. That was close, though. You're still muted.
All right. So we're looking at the monthly on Moderna. I find this ticker kind of funny though, because whenever they made those mRNA vaccines, Moderna went public and they're like, yeah, we're going to call ourselves mRNA. I just find their ticker so funny. I don't know if anyone else finds it funny.
And now fucking everyone hates mRNA vaccines, so they're stuck with that.
If you don't take that mRNA vaccine, you're going to get fired from your job, bro.
That's right. So you better take it. Otherwise, it's like, you want to help the world? Yes, take the vaccine. Okay, will it stop contagion? No. Will I stop from getting it?
But no. They told you at first, yes. They told you at first, yes.
Well, that was cool.
And if you don't take it, you're a piece of shit.
That's right. Oh, dude, they were such pieces of shit. Can I tell you something? I'll never forgive Google because they went on with their message and they passed it on to creators with a lot of people following us. And they sat us with Andy Slavitt, who's the Anthony Fauci. And Google literally programmed us to program everyone to tell them what to say. I despise them. They were like the originators of the propaganda.
Did they threaten to delete your channel if you said anything wrong?
No, they literally didn't say that. They were like, they were looking for people that wanted to help out, and they found like the perfect idiot in me. So that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to help out without realizing how fucking evil Google and everybody is. But now I know, so they can suck my dick.
Yeah, you live and you learn.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Get at it, son.
The monthly on Moderna, we're seeing it reject the top of the blue zone. Now we're seeing it test the bottom, and we're still holding it for now. And that's the hopium that can provide, is that we're still holding this $83.17 area. It's not looking that bad, but if we break this area, then all bets are off, and we're gonna get a very significant move to the downside, and we're gonna break this wick. Right now, we're still holding this blue area. You've seen like in the previous uptrend, whenever the COVID was actually popping off, we like to hold the blue area, and once we lost it, we ended up breaking down very significantly. Like if we get a measurement tool to see how much we lost when we broke the blue area, we broke it right here. We ended up dropping down another 75% after we broke it.
Holy balls.
Right now we were at the edge of losing that blue area again. If we lose it again, we would have to expect another similar move to the downside. Right now, we're getting the monthly jewel flipping to a neutral signal from buy. It's not on a sell signal yet, but if we lose that area, it's going to flip to a sell signal. The last time that ever happened was right there at the literal top, and in January of 2022, when we ended up breaking down all the way to $65. We're getting that same signal right now. We're getting momentum flipping to the downside. We're getting volatility start to flip up to support that move to the downside. Right now on the monthly, it's not looking good despite we're holding support, because all of our momentum indicators are telling us that it's bearish. If we look at the weekly right now is also at extreme levels on momentum, but it's starting to flip back down again. While volatility is still supporting us to the upside. And the jewel's on a sharp sell signal, and the pink just crossed below the yellow. Like, whenever the pink crosses above the yellow, it's a bullish sign. Whenever the pink crosses below the yellow, it's a very bearish sign, which also aligns with the monthly that we would have to expect downside from here. We're rejecting. Not only have we not been able to make it up to the blue zone, but we're rejecting not even the 5 EMA. We're rejecting the 78.6. Usually, whenever you're at this area, you have to subtract it from 100. So you only have a 21.4% chance of breaking down below here. So the fact that you see us rejecting this area is a very, very, very bad sign. We have a fresh silver cross with a downside on the weekly as well. And the perfect, like, you would look for a retest of the 9 EMA on these silver crosses to the downside. But the fact that we cannot even get to the 5 is telling us that there is literally no strength in this asset right now. It's extremely bearish. If you look at the daily,
and even on the monthly, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but on the monthly, you're about to also silver cross to the downside.
Monthly. We already have it. It's already done.
No, that's on the weekly. On the monthly.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, you're right.
About to.
So as long as we close the monthly below $115.27, we're going to confirm that silver cross to the downside. And once that happens, we would have to look for this area to break, and we'd have to look for somewhere around the 90%, 95%, or 100%, which right now is sitting at $42.76 and $35. And we could get a bearish fib to target. Let's see what we would look at. Right there around that $33 zone, which is that 100% areas. Whenever these line up, it gives you the perfect signal. Because you see it testing this area, and it's not getting much of a bounce. It's getting a little bit of a wick, and you're getting on the other time frames, you're getting bearish signals with the momentum, and you're seeing the fib targets right around the HPDR 100% levels, which is around $35 to $33, which gives you like it's basically all of the stars aligning. Like, you remember Thanos when he's like, "Now I've got all of the Infinity Stones, and I can snap my fingers." The snap is to send this to Hades. And to be honest, I don't mind seeing this go to zero. I don't mind it at all.
Me either, to be honest with you.
We're on the daily. We're finding some resistance at the blue zone. We're consolidating here, but the reason why I don't think it's bullish, because people usually say consolidation at resistance is bullish. I don't think it's bullish because we're getting our momentum at very extreme levels. So it's going to be that much harder for bulls to maintain this momentum. We're getting the jewel on the opposite end. We're getting a jewel buy signal, but the pink is not above the yellow yet. So until the pink is above the yellow, we have to consider it to be corrective based off of the higher end time frames. If the pink does cross above the yellow on the daily, and it closes above that, and it keeps its buy signal, then we would have to look at it as new evidence presented, and we have to change our bias. But until then, we have to expect more moves to the downside. And for now, I would be looking somewhere around that $30 to $35 zone. Let me look at divergences, and I'll end up on there. Because we have some bearish divergences in the very higher time frames, that's going to give me all the confluence I need. Monthly, we're just about to confirm some fresh hidden bearish divergence. We're going to confirm it as long as price is below. Oh, that's going to be a lot to reverse this. This previous open, which is at $117.05. As long as we don't close the month above that, this hidden bearish divergence is going to confirm on the monthly, and then that would bring us back to our $35 to $33 targets. On the weekly, we don't have anything. We have a little bit of a head and shoulders on the weekly, which is playing out right now. But we have a local low right here at the bearish control zone. So it has like played out its move. If we get a break below the bearish control zone, right now it's at $155.13, which we're already well below it. Then at that point, the head and shoulders is going to play out for our bottom target, which right now is at the bearish critical zone at, it doesn't even tell you what it is because it's impossible because it's so low. That number is very likely going to be on the next weekly close. It's going to tell you, probably going to tell you somewhere around $35 to $33. Let's check the daily, if there's any divergence there. Daily, there's nothing there. So right now we're just waiting for this corrective move to play out. And based off of the higher time frames, we would expect it to play out to the downside. And since we have such a significant bearish divergence, I would be targeting somewhere around $35 personally.
$35?
Yeah.
I got 25.75 as a good possibility for it to go there. But then again, it's just a level, not really anything else. Holy shit. Good for us, dude. Hopefully Moderna can go suck a dick. But as we all know, they're not. At some point, they're going to get bailed out and we're all going to get their product put into our anuses. So get ready, boys. Start practicing.
Another word for bailout is the taxpayers will pay for your loss.
That's right, which is pretty good. No, I mean, who cares?
It's not too bad. I take that deal.
It's just inflation. Absolutely.
You ever seen the movie Inglourious Basterds?
Of course.
He's like, I take that deal. Would you take that deal? He's like, I take that deal.
I take that deal. What was I going to say? By the way, didn't we just give GM $100 and something million like the Biden administration, and they just fired like 1,000 software engineers? What was the $100 million for?
It was for the executives, dude.
The new boat.
Thank you. Exactly. All right. So I know, Alex, you're going to do WM after, and Farhan, BigBear.ai. BigBear.ai. Alrighty, I'm going to get on this one. Vale, estamos viendo Moderna, básicamente Moderna en el time frame diario. Los voy a poner en la mensual para que tengan una idea. Esto fue literalmente el pico de la pandemia, cuando le hicieron a todo el mundo tomarse esas deliciosas inyecciones que le dieron problemas cardiovasculares a casi todo el mundo y todas esas cosas tan hermosas. Y después de ahí, como los dueños de la empresa deberían, la acción se fue al infierno. Se vino para abajo. Estamos abajo de todos los promedios importantes, como pueden ver, y además estamos perdiendo niveles importantes. Y esto es en la mensual. Los voy a poner en la semana. Y además en la mensual quiero también traer esto a su atención. Estamos a punto de tener un cruce plateado a la baja. Este es el 21, es el amarillo, el 55 es el naranja y está a punto de ocurrir. Nunca hemos tenido un cruce de estos a la baja, así que no hay historial suficiente en la mensual, pero los voy a llevar a la semanal, donde el cruce ya ocurrió exactamente aquí, en este bajón. Pueden ver esto. Además, en la semanal, pueden ver claramente esto. Estás en una tendencia bajista, parecía como la de GME, ¿no? Entonces ya llevas un rato, estás hablando desde diciembre del 2022, sigue bajando, haciendo un alto más bajo. Aquí la gente probablemente estaba esperando que estés formando estructura, pero ya rompiste este bajo de acá y ahora vas a ir a buscar probablemente el de los $61 una vez más. No importa dónde voltees a ver el gráfico, honestamente Moderna se ve completamente acabado. Está en los 87.30, el precio está en los 86.61, el EMA 9 está en los 87.33, que ni siquiera eso puede ir a tomar. El 21 anda en los 94 y son los únicos que usamos para tradear esto. Esto tiene en todos los indicadores de Farhan cara de que se va a ir literalmente a los 20 y tantos, 30 y tantos dólares. Así que así es como se ve Moderna. Alex, we're ready for you whenever you are. Let us motherfucking go. And we're doing waste management as always.
Nice. So on the daily here, I just want to mention, it could be putting in an ascending triangle here. We had that nice dump, but we've been in just this range here, the top flat, and then we're just slowly rising up with price. The measured move, it's like Farid mentioned, you just take it from the top to the bottom. It would basically bring us back to this high here, which makes sense. I mean, when I had this nice dump here, it was pretty big. So it makes sense that we'd probably come back up, fill this gap, and then bears want that just to be the lower high on the daily for it to roll over. Something I'm watching, especially when we have, the Bollinger Bands getting tight. If we go to the 4 hour, we can see, a move's going to happen soon. So it makes sense that we're forming some kind of pattern right where we're at. If you trade patterns, I don't really. I use them for more visuals. But 68% hit rate's not bad. That's what I see on the lower time frames. Essentially, something it's brewing. It kind of wants up. Would a rejection here going back down to test the daily 9 surprise me? Nope, it wouldn't. And that also, if we look at the bands here, we can see they're starting to pinch. So I mean, a rejection here coming back down to here will just only make these tighter. But that's kind of what I see on more lower time frame. Let me go to the weekly on this chart, and let's take a look. Because I know last time we looked, the weekly basically lost a 9. So let's see. Yeah, so I mean, the weekly kind of was, rejecting off the 9. This basically the entire time it had after its dump. This weekly is going to be very interesting to me because if this weekly can reclaim this 9 here, I would look at that as an opportunity for us to move up to that 215 level 100%. If it doesn't do it, I would look into that maybe into like next week or in 2 weeks from now. Especially if the 9 is reclaimed. You can see here, anytime, waste management basically loses the 9 and it quickly gets bought back up, it's let the major squeezes. That's kind of the last scenario we had before we hit this high here at 225. Let me go to the monthly. We're kind of in the middle of this range, though. I mean, we're just kind of playing this range. After it pumped a lot, right here, I mean, these leave big inefficiencies, which make big ranges. This was a failed breakout. I drew this dotted line just to represent the rejection high here. But essentially, we are just in a range, and we are in the middle of the range, which is a no trade zone for me. But as it stands, it's welcoming to see this weekly trying to reclaim the 9. Seeing where this will close will be important because for the past 3 weeks now, it's been the rejection point. Reclaiming that would then, to me, look like it failed to break down on the major moving averages that it was holding this entire rally up, failed to break down only to get quickly reclaimed. And then we'd look at 21 to 9 as support, just like this entire rally up. The monthly, let's take a look here. Yep, monthly confirms that too. That the chart, yes, it broke down on the weekly, but the monthly was still holding the 9. And that's my kind of bull market gauge for things with trend and higher low, all that. But as long as the asset's above the 9 on the monthly, we are in an uptrend. And so as it stands, you can argue this monthly is just forming some kind of bull flag here. We had the flag pull, and then this is the potential flag right here. I don't, again, play off those, but if you like patterns, that is something you could argue we're putting in right here. While volatility is getting really compressed. Now, the BBWP on the monthly is at extremes. So theoretically, you would want this to come down more. It doesn't necessarily mean that price has to dump with it coming down, but consolidation would be welcomed, and that's why I'm saying I think if the weekly can reclaim the 9, consolidation above that would be very welcomed for maybe the next leg up. Something I'm watching though. I mean, especially when we know that volatility is starting to kind of get starting to pinch, especially on the daily here. It tells me that yes, a move is coming. Theoretically soon. So something to watch. Overall, we're in the middle. Daily looks good though. It's holding the 100. That's been a big point on this chart. Keep in mind, we've only really hit it one time since we broke out from it in October of 2023. So, I mean, it hit it once. That was a major bottom, 2 all-time highs. So now what we're wanting to see is it got lost. It got quickly reclaimed. Held here on support. We're getting the expansion up along with that ascending triangle. to me, I'm more on the side that we're definitely going to go and fill this gap here. I do think that that does seem likely. I don't think we're going to get a massive breakout today. Like I said, I would prefer if we can go back and retest the 9 one more time. But we also have the 9 potentially trying to cross the 21 on the daily, solidifying that it is strong. That's strength. I mean, last time we had the 9 cross above the 21 was right here on this point. We had a nice move up to resistance. Are we going to see the same thing? Potentially, but we can't disregard this zone here at $214, $215 level. That's a big level for price. And if we do end up going back here, it's just filling a gap that it left as well. So something to consider and watch, because if you're bearish on this, you're essentially wanting price to form some kind of lower high. And that's why I drew this dashed line, because if we do break 215, bull's target now is that higher high, solidifying that essentially this weekly here, reclaiming the 9 was some deviation to a potential bottom. So as it stands, though, I'm 50-50. I do think we can push up. I do think if we push up to 214, 215, I think that's a very important spot for the chart. Yes, we held it for one closure, deviated at the next, so it's kind of irrelevant. But this is a big spot for price. So ideally, what you'd want is us to reclaim that 215. If we can get back above $215, 214 and like 60 cents, I do think that it will give us more fuel to definitely break this high here. And especially with the monthly still holding the 9, it would definitely not surprise me. And this is a strong developing candle, a nice hammerhead on the monthly. So, I mean, something to consider, especially when we have a bull flag potentially forming here on the monthly as well. It's not looking bad. I just want to kind of see the reaction here, because I do think that this will be very key. Do we fill the gap, and then do we just roll over and reject, forming some kind of lower high, unable to break this high, leading to the lower low, which is confirmed. I'll confirm this breaking down more if we break under $196 again. Bulls want this low to hold, and that's it. They do not want this low to go break, because we see here we left a nice gap here, so we have momentum to easily come back to 189. So if we do break this low that was formed on July 26, I will look at these next lows at 189 to get hit. But until then, bulls have momentum, and the EMAs are showing that on the daily, pointing it up nicely and about to cross the 21, showing strength. So something to watch. If you like ascending triangles, there is technically one on the daily. And so then the decision I had, or the time when these two crosses, I find it interesting because it was telling me, it was giving me a time around Friday to Monday. And if you know what we have on Friday, it makes sense that we would get a lot of volatility around that time. So, I mean, if it's true, we'll see some kind of move around Friday or in Monday, right? And it's really simple to draw these. I just took the wick right here. That's just the base, and then we need the ascending part, which would be from this low, and I'm just propping it up here. I essentially don't want this to get lost. This is kind of where I'm basing it, on this low, and you can see this is just an ascending triangle. And that's why I would prefer we hit the 9 first. I don't think we're going to just break out. If this is even true, we'll know it's not if we get to this point, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, and it's still ranging, and then this isn't true. But if we're going to go off this, and like something like this scenario, coming back down, hitting the 9 one more time, to trekking up maybe would be welcomed, and then solidify that. If this breaks out, then the weekly then has legs for sure to reclaim the 9, if it hasn't already done so in 2 days, solidifying potentially that the monthly is putting in a bull flag. If we just zoom out here, you can see that very clearly. Flagpole, this would be the flag formation to upside breakout. Breakout really confirmed. If we do break this high, this would then just be the higher high. Trend is your friend, and also the 9 is still holding. If the 9 stops holding on this monthly, I'll look at this as not good, and that we're essentially either going to get a lot of chop like what we had here, But for sure, I would then look at the 21 on the monthly, which is at 185, which is I do like that 180 level because it does match up nicely right around this level here that I was talking about. Which if we do end up going down, we have a gap here, so it would fill this gap, and then this would be a very key point. This is right before we broke out here. If we can't hold that 185 to 188. Then we have to look lower. And I would look then at 176. I'm interested to see where the daily SMA 200 is coming. Yeah, right around that 195, 197. So, I mean, it's hard to be bearish on this when we are above the EMA 100. The daily SMA 200 hasn't even been tapped yet. So if we do end up breaking down, we have to first look at this major level. And then if we lose that, then I'll be looking at lower 180s, high 180s to 175. But yeah, that's kind of what I see on waste management. On top of the bands getting tight. They're starting to get very tight. So a move is coming. That's why I do think if we get consolidation in this first before just a breakout, it seems more likely to me. This gives time for the lower band to come more up, this upper band to come more into this, leading often to the easy signal if we are breaking out. And we know BBWP is starting to tick up, and that's a good sign, you know. So it's basically was able to reset to a degree. Volatility now is trekking up along with this ascending triangle. So something to watch if you're bullish on this, and you should be bullish. I mean, this chart is good. This dump, you know, is to me so far looking like a deviation on the weekly. It just needs to be confirmed if we get back above the 9. If we can get back above the 9, to me, that'll be a great sign. And then I'll be looking basically for that 214, 215 level. Right there will be the key spot for bulls. Reclaim that, get some closures above, would shift some things, because keep in mind, we haven't been able to close 2 candles above this 215 level. Yes, we had one, but it quickly deviated, so it doesn't matter. So telling me, though, that this spot's interesting. It's a key spot. So yeah, I'd watch that and watch the weekly. As it stands, though, good chart overall. All time frames are supporting more upside too. You know, so that's what I see. And the daily is very close to crossing the 20. Essentially, the 9 is very close to crossing the 9, the 21, which then would solidify to me the strength that we see, and it probably then gives us more confidence that ascending triangle does play out right around Friday, Monday, Tuesday. If we analyze this chart next week, we'll see if that ended up being true or not. And it's easy to know if it's true, because if we do get the breakout where the 2 points intersect, then it was a valid ascending triangle. If we don't, then it's just not valid. But that's the nice part about the chart patterns and the wedges, rising wedges, the ascending triangles. It gives you kind of a time frame, a rough estimate of kind of when you could expect that. I do find it interesting how that's right around Friday. So
yeah. I mean, talk about fucking important dates, right? Also, I created this little channel just connecting the lows right here, so it kind of feels like, and as you know, you just bring the other side of the parallel up here, and it's kind of perfect. So we're right now on the daily struggling to get through the median, and I think this is going to be a very important key level right here at the 209, so that we can keep pushing. I think if we have a close above this, we're going to feel very good about maybe going and hitting part or the whole thing, the whole gap right here.
And that's interesting, because if you put a bearish fib retracement on the daily from that high to the closing low that we had on July 26, where's that 210, 212 area? It's right in the golden pocket. So, I mean, that is essentially what we wouldn't want price to reclaim, which also lines up right around the mean line. So as I mentioned, that 214, $215 level is going to be very key for waste management. If you use fibs, we have that golden pocket zone right around 210, 212. So call it 210 to 215 zone range is going to be very important for bulls to reclaim, get above, and hold. Or bears to roll it over.
Perfecto. The next one for you, Alex, is AIOZ. AIOZ.
All right, cool.
Alrighty. I'm going to start with this. Vale, estamos viendo en este momento Waste Management, WM. Pueden ver la trayectoria de esta acción, bastante alcista, honestamente. Tienes una vela de indecisión mensual en la parte de arriba, pero en el gráfico mensual estás encima todavía del EMA 9, veniste a retestearlo, lo que nos dice que estás en una tendencia alcista. Normalmente, si quieres ver si algo está en una tendencia alcista, puedes ver si su tabla mensual está encima del promedio del 9. Si sí, puedes considerarlo todavía más, puedes considerarlo alcista. Puedes ver que el 21 está abajo, el 100 está muy abajo, el 55 está bastante abajo, así que lleva fuerza el precio. Vamos a ponerlo en la semanal rápidamente y ajustar. En la semanal yo creo este canal paralelo porque nos da una muy buena historia, simplemente basado en lo de la diaria, ¿no? Cuando lo vemos en la diaria te puedes dar una excelente idea conectando los bajos de todo el canal, como fue una ruptura falsa a la baja. Y aquí tienes el canal que está formando una bandera alcista. Normalmente las banderas alcistas apuntan para abajo, las bajistas para arriba. Entonces es lo que está haciendo, el precio está consolidando por acá, lo pudiste ver cómo entra en la parte baja del canal, se está peleando con el EMA 9, lo supera, etcétera. Pero bueno, estamos hablando de la semanal. En la semanal también, y podemos ver cómo justamente el precio en este momento está en contra de la media del canal. A nosotros se nos hace bastante importante esto. Si podemos romper esto y tener un cierre arriba de la media del canal que está en los 210, pongamos ese número 212, que es también la zona del bolsillo dorado, ¿no? De Fibonacci, pues bueno, tienes una muy buena probabilidad de seguir subiendo. Cuando ves en la diaria, puedes ver el gap tan grande que existe acá y cómo nos estamos peleando aquí en la media para ver si podemos superar los 209,6 y de ahí ir a cerrar esto, que la parte más alta está en los 216,97. ¿Qué es lo que estás buscando si eres alcista en el precio de WM? Muy sencillo, quieres que este bajo no se rompa para poder confirmar que simplemente estás creando tendencias más alcistas, altos más altos, bajos más altos, etcétera, y quieres poder romper este alto en los $224. Así es como se ve. Si no, para empezar a buscar objetivos a la baja, tienes este gap acá en los 190, pero lo primero tendrías que romper esto acá en los 197 antes de empezar a decir, ok, vámonos para abajo. Se ve bastante bien encima de todos los promedios y con fuerza. Puedes ver qué tanta fuerza lleva encima del 9. Lo único que diría es paciencia acá, a ver dónde cierras, si puedes ir a cerrar este gap y si vas a romper y crear un nuevo alto o si te vas a quedar abajo, entonces empezaríamos a buscar acá a ver que aguante la estructura con este bajo y que cree un bajo más alto. Eso es WM, damas y caballeros, ¿cómo de que no? Farhan is ready with BBAI. I don't know what it is. You know what? Let me do a shameless plug. 1 second, Farhan. 1 second. And I'm going to do it in English first too. Because why not, right? I feel like maybe there's people watching this in English that just found it on Twitter and he's just going and we're just ignoring those guys. So we might as well just invite him over. Everybody, this is a shameless plug from us. This is our Discord, absolutely free. Elite Trading Academy's Discord. This is where, by the way, if you just joined, the link is in the description down below. If you want to join, it's very simple. Just follow that link, click on it, and then you're going to encounter yourself with this. This is where Alejandro is putting all of his analysis, and that's Alex, not me. Don't worry about it. It's not me telling you what to do. This is Farhan's analysis. Underneath, you have our partner links in case you want to trade Bitcoin with us, because that's basically what we do up in here. We have an exchange that requires KYC with great fees, and it doesn't work in the United States unless you have a VPN, but don't take that from me. You just got to find out by yourself. It's called BitGet, and you can click in here, and obviously they're going to give you the rewards whenever you sign, bonuses, etc. Non-KYC that works in the United States, fees are not as good as BitGet's, but man, it works perfectly fine. It's called Bluffin', and it's right here. You guys are learning how to trade and you just want to figure out what the fuck you're looking at. We have also a TradingView partnership where it's going to give you a little discount on whatever plan that you sign up to. So there you have it on the links for partners. Come say hi in the greeting section. Come request a chart. There's all the news right here with the lipstick index. I'm not going to deviate myself from that. P&L cards, all these degenerates just sharing their gains. God Damn, 97% on what the hell he sits. Good for you.
Every one of these guys is outperforming Wall Street.
Every single one of them. What? Oh, all right. Eric is sharing some of the negative. We appreciate that. Absolutely.
Much respect to him.
Much
nobody ever shares the losses.
Also, real nice. I'm gonna start sharing my losses so you guys see the tremendous amount that I can rack up in losses. And then general, where everyone's just chatting.
You guys would cry if you saw my losses.
Yeah. I think all of ours would be a nice average, and everybody would be donating money actually to Elite Trading Academy.
Sort of GoFundMe for us.
Exactly. Now I'm going to do the plug in español, and then we'll jump into this. Ok, mis estimados papirrines pantuflitas, están viendo literalmente, no sé por qué sigo subiendo acá. Este es el Discord de Elite Trading Academy. Es absolutamente gratis. Vénganse, háganse miembros. Literalmente no cuesta nada. Tienen acá, una vez que se metan, van a poder ver estas cosas a la izquierda. Acá es donde Alex pone todo su análisis. Aquí es donde Farhan pone todo su análisis. Acá es donde están todos los enlaces para si quieren venir a tradear Bitcoin con nosotros, que ya saben que es a lo que nos dedicamos, aunque también pueden tradear cualquier otro tipo de cripto con nuestros exchanges. Tenemos una sociedad con BitGet. BitGet es un exchange, funciona en todo el mundo, menos en Estados Unidos, y requiere KYC, pero tiene muy buenos fees. Aquí está para que les den sus bonos, todos los rewards, participen en todas las cosas, las promociones en las que estamos en este momento. Aquí tienen bluffing para ustedes que viven en Estados Unidos o en cualquier parte del mundo. No requiere KYC tampoco. Los fees no son tan buenos como los de BitGet, pero tío, es una por otra. No KYC, la facilidad de poder abrir la cantidad de cuentas que gustes. Y también para todos ustedes que se estén preguntando, güey, ¿cómo quiero empezar a tradear? ¿Cómo puedo aprender? Aquí está TradingView, que es la herramienta que utilizamos para analizar absolutamente todos los precios. Y acá también tienen un enlace para poder aprovechar un descuentillo. Acá abajo tienen para decir hola en greetings, para que pidan tablas. Aquí tienen noticias. Aquí tienen las tarjetas de P&L para que vean cómo la gente gana y también pierde, que hayamos visto que nos compartieron algunas en negativo, lo apreciamos. También tienes el chat general, obviamente toda la gente acá compartiendo, por supuesto. Así que cualquier pregunta que tengan pueden venir para acá. Está español, inglés, la gente es bastante amigable y todo el mundo está aquí para aprender, así que les dejo eso en el enlace de abajo para que lo puedan seguir, como de que no, y vámonos. All right, Fargan, Jesus Christ, I'm adding a G to your name. BBA, okay, BBAI. Sorry, I need to chase it, and I think you're muted, sir. No, you're not.
We're going to start with the monthly.
Interesting.
Eventually, you're going to start calling me Farghini.
It's going to fucking happen. I know it. Farhini.
That's what Ed calls me, Mr. Fast Flores.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
It's a pretty good one, honestly.
All right, so we're gonna look at the monthly right now on this. It's not looking the worst to me right now because we are still pressing against the blue zone and we're still above it. We're finding some resistance at this 9 EMA. Like every single time we deviated above the 9, we closed below it again, and then we had a big move down. We deviated above it, we closed below it, had a big move down. Right now, we're still finding resistance above the 9. So you would have to expect the trend as before to continue to play out. That if we continue to resist above the 9, we're going to get a big move down. We're getting a support at the median, which the previous times we got support at the median, we end up getting a little bit of a move up. We're still getting support there. Our confirmation for the move up is we have to close above the 9, which currently is at $1 and I believe $1.79. We close above the 9, then we can test the 21 again like we did over here. Right now, the 21 is at $2.55. If that happens, I would still expect that to be a lower high and continuation of trend because the trend is your friend. Right now, we have a steady downtrend on the monthly. If you look at our momentum indicators, momentum is starting to flip back up to the upside. It's in the positive territory, while volatility is also supporting it as well. So it's telling us that this move up is going to be an impulsive move and not a corrective move. Like if you look at all these other moves, you see momentum was like at extreme levels while volatility was pointing down. So it's like the exact opposite right now, where momentum is pointed up, volatility is pointed up as well to support it. So this would tell us that we should look for this area to break, that we could possibly target somewhere around here, this $2.55 area, to maybe this 88.3, which is around $3. That would still be bearish. That would still be a lower high. It would make that even more bearish is that at this point you would have like a 20 less than 30% chance of continuation based off the HPDR ranges. At that area, at that point, you would be looking for a lower high. You'd be looking for consolidation, rejection, and maybe a continuation of trend to the downside. If you look at the weekly, right now the weekly is giving us a very strong candle close, or not close, but a very strong candle above the 21. We're finding some resistance around the 55, which the 55 was resistance over here before we broke down. But on the indicator, momentum indicators, though, we're getting a breakout to the upside. We're getting momentum breaking into the bullish control zone. We're getting volatility support, and we're getting the jewel flipping back up from a neutral, which is switching its curvature, and it's about to switch up to a buy signal. The way to confirm that switch to a buy signal is that we have to close above this 60 this blue zone, the 38.2, which right now is at $1.45. As long as we close the weekly above that, the jewel is going to flip to a buy signal, and we have to expect continuation from there. Last time we flipped to a buy signal in this area where it was strong was over here, where we went from here to just a calm. I hate how this magnet works. 115% move to the upside. Not too bad, right?
Very tiny.
We're getting that same signal here where momentum is flipping up, volatility is flipping up, and the jewel is about to flip to a buy signal. We go to the daily. Daily right now is not looking as pretty. We're right here at the 200 SMA. We're finding resistance, and we have a little bit of a doji candle. If we close like this, I would expect, and now it's red. If we close like this, I would expect us to come back down to fill this gap in this area, because we're above the blue zone as well. Whenever we're above it, price likes to move back towards it. On this next daily close, this range is most likely going to move up, and this blue zone will probably be somewhere around like right in this area, which is at $1.40 area. We'd expect that area to hold as long as it's still bullish. If it's bullish, that area will hold, and then we're going to end up making a new high on this rally from there. Let's check our divergences. Do we have anything on there? By the way, this RSI indicator is one of my favorites of all time, because it plots out for you the confirmed local lows, local highs, and the potential divergences, as well as the confirmed divergences. The only reason I would not recommend anybody to get it if they don't know how to confirm divergences is because it only tells you once the divergence is basically the easy part is played out. So it's not very playable at that point. So you should only really get this if you already know how to identify divergences. I just use it because it gives me, like, without having to look at it myself, it just gives me these triangles. So I know what's a local low, what's a local high. But without it, like, you absolutely have to know how to identify them by yourself, or else you're kind of married to an indicator, and at that point, that's where you get fucked if you're married to an indicator, because every indicator is wrong. No matter how good it is, it's always going to be wrong. My favorite indicator of all time, like I mentioned before, the HPDR, the historical price delta range. Even though it gives you a statistical probabilities, statistics are not certainties, so everything can be wrong. So as long if you're biased on one indicator over another, and you make your whole trading plan off of one indicator, that's a recipe for disaster. But we're looking at the weekly right now. We don't have any divergences. The monthly doesn't have any. Check the 5-day. 5-day right now is about to confirm some bullish divergence on the within the bullish bearish control zone, which is one of the best type of bullish divergences that you can get. Like, we got it right here in the same area. We got some bullish divergence in the bearish control zone. We ended up getting a little bit of a move down. RSI made a higher low though, which tells us that price is still bullish. And we ended up moving from there. Let's start from the bullish divergence. Another 464%. Not too bad, right? Not too bad.
No, fuck.
We're getting that same exact.
Is this?
This thing moves like a crypto.
BigBear.ai. Well, it's AI.
Oh, I see. AI is
Very
basically the same
light
thing as
volume
crypto.
too. Yeah, essentially.
We're getting on the jewel. We're getting the neutral signal starting to flip back up into a fresh buy signal. The way to confirm this buy signal is that we would have to close above this 21 EMA right here, which is at $158 to $160 range, 1.58 to 1.6 range. We confirm over close above that, we're going to get a buy signal from there. But I would not expect us to go straight up from there. I would expect us to come back down, fill this gap, which is right here at $1.60. And then from there, I would look to go higher as long as we have that buy signal. And let's see if I can get us a target from there. So as long as we close above this 50% area, which is $2.99 or $3, we'd have to logically, I I hate when I do that. We'd have to logically target the 1.618, which keep in mind this number is going to move down, but currently it's at $7.04. I don't want to get anybody like super bullish and be like, yeah, I'm going to long here with leverage and we're going to go to the moon, because we still do not have a close above this confirmation area at $2.99. We could very easily move up based on the divergences, hit this area, make another lower high, and then end up going down from there. And to get us a reverse target for the bearish target, let's see what that would be. So as long as we would keep rejecting from that, I'd love to see it. Whenever we have the opposite Fibonacci retracement, we get the same target right at that $3 level. As long as we reject from there, this is a negative number, so you should disregard this. But all you need to know is that we're gonna move very sharply down from there as long as we reject $3. Very likely, let's see if we can get a better target on the daily. Maybe it's not going to be a negative on there. Whenever you see these negative targets, though, this has to tell you that it may be negative, but price is very strongly in towards that direction. Start from here.
I also find it hard to believe all this shit. This is a volume stock that trades $5 million every day on average, and now it's trading 64 million on news saying that someone put a target of 350. Cantor Fitzgerald, I don't know who that is, so it feels like a fake pump right now.
Since he has the same number as me, I like him. Right now, on the daily, it's not giving you a negative target, but I still would not take this very seriously because it's giving you a target of 10 cents. So if that happens, like, yeah, this thing is fucked. It's going to get delisted and it's going to be moved into a penny stock. But it does not look good right now, and we have some divergences. Let's see on the lower time frames if we do. Yeah, so we do have a little bit of bearish divergence, but it's not the most serious. The more serious one is the one that we have on the weekly right now, where we have some hidden bearish divergence on the weekly. On the monthly, let's see if we have it. No, we don't have any divergence on the monthly. So right now, it's not really telling me that much. It's only telling me that continuation of trend is more likely. We're probably going to get a lower high. Even if we move up to $3, that would still be a lower high, and it will still be bearish in my opinion. And I would look for it to go lower from there. If we get any type of weekly closure above $3, at that point I would be like, okay, so all of the bearishness is set to the side, and we're going to be going to the upside from there. I wouldn't say straight to the moon, but I would say to the next rejective highs, which right now is somewhere around $3.50 to around $4. But I would not look for that until we get a weekly close above $3. If we don't get a weekly close above $3, I would be looking to short $3 area with a stop loss anywhere above this candle close, which right now is at $3.46. So to be safe, because everybody else is going to put their stop loss at $3.46, I'd put it a little bit higher. I'd put it like $3.55. If we cross above that, then it's bullish to the upside, and our bearish thesis is going to be invalidated. But for now, we're still bearish, and we're still looking for downside with the lower high. I wouldn't short it here, though. I would wait for the lower high and then short it there. Is your microphone off?
I think, Alejandro, you're muted now.
I am. God damn it. I was just burping before, and I wanted to spare you guys from it, but next time I won't do it. NVIDIA, please. All right, here we go. Aquí tenemos BigBear.ai, se llama BigBear.ai. Quiero que sepan una cosa. Normalmente el promedio de volumen que tienen diario es 5.43 millones de dólares diarios. Hoy hay 64 millones de dólares moviéndose acá. ¿Por qué? Porque alguien en algún lado dijo que se llama Cantor Fitzgerald, dijo que estaba esperando que el precio fuera a los 3.50. Esto podría ser sencillamente una trampa y voltearse para abajo. En la semanal nos da una muy buena idea de esto, nos pinta una excelente fotografía. Habíamos analizado esto antes, tienes altos más bajos y probablemente vayas a joder por acá la zona de los 2.77 para crear un alto más bajo una vez más. Esto es en la semanal. Ahora, en la diaria no se ve mal. Lo único que tienes que hacer básicamente es aguantar encima de todo esto y está creando, está empezando a levantar ahorita el EMA 9, el 21, el 55 y el 100. Está arriba de ellos y ahorita se está peleando con el 200 en la diaria en el 1.78. Esperemos poder cerrar arriba del 1.78, pero importante que podamos tener cierres esta semana arriba del IMA 9, que está en el 1.40 en este momento. El precio de esta acción es 1.77. Con que tengas esta semana cierres arriba de esto y empiecen a subir las bandas, lo que vas a empezar a buscar es literalmente poder cerrar arriba de los 1.80. Si puedes cerrar arriba de los 1.80, que ya vieron es donde está el SMA 55, que va a bajar también en la diaria, ahí te empieza a decir que vas a buscar tu siguiente nivel. Mi siguiente nivel son los 2.33. Si tienes un buen cierre por ahí, poder seguir para acá, pero pendientes, porque esto tiene cara de que simplemente va a ser un alto más bajo en la de acá. ¿Y por qué? Porque está haciendo bajos más bajos. ¿Lo pueden ver acá? Así que estén al pendiente con esto. No se ve mal, pero tampoco se ve brillante. No es algo que nos llame la atención, honestamente. All right, Alex. Let's go into some hopium. Although Farhan is the official dealer of hopium here, so I'm sorry, and you're muted, sir.
If you take my hopium away from you, I'm going to send the cartel after you, Alex.
Wait a minute.
The hopium cartel? The hopium cartel?
Yeah, the Sinaloa and Hopium cartel.
Those are good guys. Okay.
Anyways, yeah, I mean, this chart, I don't have much to say. The trend is your friend, and let's just remember that. And the trend is down on this, and there's not very much to say. If you go and put in a bearish retracement here, what I'm seeing is very weak. This chart's very, very weak. The 9 on the daily is just a rejection point. And the thing about it is, like, we're not getting follow through, like big dumps. We're just like rejecting and slowly coming down until we lost this meme line here. Nope, this was the fib retracement line. My apologies. As soon as we lost to 382, yeah, nice dump, basically to this 236. Now, why I have this pulled up here is I'm liking this 382. This 382 is lining up nicely with the 21 on the daily. I'm looking at that. This is 0.4626 as big resistance. We have to look at that as resistance, not only because the 382 is there, but also the 21. Usually, especially since the daily's only been rejecting off the 9 so far, it wouldn't surprise me if we got a rally above, not a closure above, hit this 382 and the 21. We haven't hit this in a while, keep in mind, since we basically lost it here. We actually haven't hit it this entire time. So essentially that'd be a good spot maybe for a short. And that's currently at 46 cents, 4627. If we take this off now and we just look, I have the next target here at basically 33 cents. To me, I do think that if we go back down below 33 cents, I do think that we're going to go a lot lower. This chart's very interesting. We had a massive move up, and also there's not that much data. I'm using USD because Coinbase has the most amount of chart history with this particular crypto coin. But essentially, I mean, after this rally, there's not a lot of data. We've just been fizzling out. It's just kind of like with every shitcoin. It's strong momentum, easy top, and then it just kind of dies out. The trend is down. And if, in my opinion, if we do break this 33 cent level, I do think we have a big move down. And it's unfortunate to hear that, especially if people were so long from here. I can't believe it went from $1.09 to now at 43 cents. But currently, I mean, if this wick low doesn't hold, I'm looking in the 20s. The 20s seem like an area where this easily can come back down, and basically would fill this. When we first broke out, we'd basically fill this liquidity here. But as it stands, slow grind down for sure. Especially if this 9 is going to keep rejecting, and we have the 382 right at the 21 on the daily, basically solidifying to me that it's strong resistance. And on top of it, I want everyone to look at this, because I know we talk about crosses. I talk about the 9 crossing over the 21, the 55, the 21 crossing over the 55. Why it's relevant. And I mainly like the crosses for crypto. That's kind of what I trade. And I think this is a good learning lesson. So on this dump here, we see that the 9 did cross below the 21. when I talk about that, or on the flip side, the 21, basically in this, it's the 21 crossing above the 9 or the 9 crossing above the 21. It can just be a foreseen event of either weakness or strength. In this case, this is weakness because we had the 21 cross above the fast moving average, which is the 9. This would have been your first sign of, okay, interesting, that's weak. We're seeing that with certain charts. This often comes before the silver cross. And then you can see here, once it did, a few days go by, we basically did silver cross to the downside. That's what these two arrows are to represent. Now, had you been playing the silver cross properly, you would have known that anytime we went to the 9, you would have shorted, essentially. These circles here are showing the rejection of the 9 on the daily. Very strong. Yes, we came back above, deviated hard, and then went and rejected the 9 again. And that's kind of why I like using crosses for specifically crypto, for these like shit coins, because they can at least help me gauge. They can at least put my own bullish bias in check, essentially, especially when we're getting these the 21 and the 9 crossing. It can be just a good warning sign. So wanted to bring that up. Other than that, daily looks bad. Looks like it is rejecting the what's it called, the 9 now. And yes, this candle closed green. It could have been maybe an inverted hammerhead candle, but I'm not getting too much on this candle right now. Currently, I mean, it didn't close a full body down. So ideally, bulls want consolidation. I mean, if you're looking at this, kind of like how we were looking at with the other chart, you could easily draw like an ascending pattern here with just the top here flat. And then we're basically slowly trekking up now. Right here, let's connect this there. I hate the magnet tool, like that, essentially. I don't put too much weight on these though, but you could argue that is what's forming, especially in this range here. But as it stands, yeah, I'm still looking at 30 cents, 33 cents. You ideally would want it, if it came down, you wouldn't want it to break this wick low, fill some of this inefficiency, potentially form structure, and then we'd want the move up. If you were bidding this like potential higher low scenario, you would need this wick high at 55 cents to break, in my opinion, to confirm that. Now let's get off the day. Let's go to the weekly. Let me turn the 55 off so there's no confusion here. And then just like I mentioned, right, on the daily, when we saw this right here, right, the 21 now above the 9, interesting, was weakness. What are we getting on the weekly now? Well, the weekly basically has that just on a weekly now. And I'm liking how the 9 is lining up perfectly with that 51 cent level. And also the weekly, the 21, the 9's lining up now at 48 cents, 49 cents, 48 cents. Weakness. It's weak. And this cross here with the 9 going now under the 21 signals that. It's signaling that this is weak. And it could just play into more of my theory that, yeah, I do think we're going to slowly but surely come back and hit this 20 cent region over time. It's very common to see it fizzle out, mean reversion bounce, fat rejection, and then it just slow bleeds down, leading to that capitulation. You can get capitulation with price, but also time. And if it just does nothing, people don't want to hold this coin anymore because what's the incentive? So that's what I'm seeing on the weekly as well. That's something to mention. And I'm liking the weekly 9 coming in again, right where that 382 was, on that fib retracement, the bearish fib retracement we put. I don't like using monthlies on these too much. There's not a lot of data. You can just see how little populated the 9 is. So it's technically not worth it. But I mean, in this, yeah, we are under the 9 if you do want to know the monthly analysis. And the 21 is holding it. So it solidifies to me that, yeah, if we lose this 30 cent level, it's basically this chart will die, in my opinion. If this monthly does close below 30 cents, we'll say 31 cents, 31 flat, this chart, I would not want to hold this at all. And I would not bet that these low 20 cents are going to hold. And it wouldn't surprise me to just go back down to, 10 cents, 15 cents over time, of course. And yeah, that's all I'm really saying. I'm just saying that the basically 21 cross above the 9, not a good sign. That's weakness. We'd expect then this 9 to reject, which is at 48, roughly around 48 cents, 48 cents, like 80, 49 cents. And the daily's basically telling us that, yeah, if not that 48 cent region, it should reject here, because that's kind of where we've been working with. If we go and put, just like I said, a bearish retracement from the closing right here, you can see that the 382 is perfectly with the 21. So even if we get a rally into the 21, still massive resistance. Now, if we can reclaim that on a daily, great. Then I'm looking at this zone here, my meme line, which is golden. And then we have the 0.5 range, which is currently at like 50 cents, 50 cents, 0.5045, to be specific. And then that will be massive resistance right there. So in summary, this chart has a lot of recovering to do. If you even want any little hopium of even flipping the trend up, and bulls would want this low here to not get broken. If it does, I would bet a lot of money that we're probably going to capitulate down and probably hit these low 20 cent level region. No trigger, no trade. And if you're not shorting this, then you definitely should not be longing this. The easy trade was here. We broke down. This was just another bearish retest, and then we've broken down. And now we can't even fully hit the 21. I'm not convinced we won't, but that just to me shows the weakness. If we can't even hit the 21, along with the 9 here freshly crossing now under the 21, and the weekly freshly crossing under the 21. The trend is your friend, and don't fight the trend. And that's it. I mean, simply put, don't fight the trend. Out of curiosity, if we go here and we take the 21 and the 9 off, and I just want to focus on the EMA 100 and the 200.
Yeah.
I do think again solidifies what I was saying, which is, even if we get a rally up, we just disregard all moving averages. Let's just look at the big ones, right? And we get a nice move up to the 100. It really would not mean much to me at all. So bulls want us to sustain a rally, of course. We want to get back above this 50 cent region. We also then want this breakout to be confirmed. If we can get back above, essentially it would be this wick high here at 68 cents. You could argue this was a shallow lower high. So if you want to be more conservative, you could then argue if we get back above, call it like 56 cents. But it's not a good sign that the EMA 100 is now pressing below these highs here, making it even harder for bulls to shift structure, to change, to get some momentum going here. Out of curiosity, how are the daily Bollinger Bands pinching? So they're pinching, and also on top of it, we had that weekly 9 crossing under the 21, signaling weakness. So statistically speaking, this should keep breaking down more. And volatility is now basically the Bollinger Bands are pinching while BBWP is fully almost reset. Not the best sign, in my opinion. So, I don't see an incentive on buying this. I don't know where people would buy the dip. If I were to ever bid this, I would then just be looking. I would be waiting at least for price to tell me that it's bullish. I would not be bidding down here for like an extremity trade at all. Because keep in mind, if price does break back below 20 cents, where would that put? And there's not a lot of data with this. So let's look at the 2-week then. Where would that essentially put us on the 2-week? Well, it would be fully below the 9 to 21. This 9 then would go under the 21 on the 2-week, signaling really not a good, just would not be good. So ideally, yeah, this chart looks like death. It doesn't look strong at all. There's a lot more other things you could play. And basically, bull hopium here is that we get definitely back above this zone here at 50 cents, 51 cents. If it can, then great. We have a move maybe to 65 cents. But even then, we then just would have to look at the EMA 100 to probably stop us first. And it's never a good sign when the EMA 100 flips under the 200.
Yeah, and he did it for the first time too.
Yeah, and that's what you'd expect with these new charts. This chart hasn't even been around for what? I mean, it was basically in 2022. So I mean, if we argue the 2023 cycle, whenever that'll end, it's really only gone through one cycle now, which is not what you want for altcoin. You know, really, if you're looking to invest in altcoins, you want an altcoin that's been around for 2 or more cycles, and then ideally, your metrics should be making highs, macro highs, every cycle, meaning we're basically breaking the highs. We're not forming macro lower highs. And granted, if you go to crypto and you use that metric, there's not a lot of altcoins that, you know, check that box. And that's why altcoins are shitcoins to me. And even ETH is a shitcoin, because even on this ETF hype and everything, it still could not break above its high. And what does that tell you for all these other coins that no one really knows about? AIOZ network. Like, if ETH is looking terrible, we can't expect much from these coins. So, you know, something to consider and watch. I would not bid this, and from now as it stands, I'm looking at as this zone here, 46 cents to reject. That lines up with the 382. And then from there, you're just hoping that we're not going to break these lows. If we do, I do think we'll capitulate down easily to 20, low 20 cents essentially. But yeah, be mindful of that. Watch the weekly, this cross here, because this is telling you that this is weak. This is very weak. Yeah. Just like I showed you guys on the daily, what happened when this happened on the daily? It was weak, and now we're getting the same cross again here. So something to note. If you're bullish on this, I don't have much hopium at all, really.
I was going to say, you didn't take Farhan's hopium dealer's job, so
I don't have any hopium on this at all.
It's because I threatened him with the Mexican cartel, the Sinaloan hopium cartel.
I know, he got really scared. Well done, thank you. And for you, sir, Alibaba.
Cool.
Let's go with this right now. Básicamente estamos viendo AIOZ USD. Esto es un shitcoin. No tengo idea lo que sea, pero está en Coinbase. Esto es el historial más largo que pudimos sacar desde marzo del 2022. Hasta ahora están viendo mi gráfico semanal en este momento. Y pueden ver, lo único que tengo prendido en este momento es el promedio de los 9. Y pueden ver cómo lo perdimos por acá y va en caída y lo he intentado retomar y nada más no puede. Esto lleva en caída ¿desde cuándo? Desde marzo del 2024, que fue básicamente un poco de, creo que cuando Bitcoin tocó el alto más alto. Esto es idéntico, se parece muchísimo también a la tabla del el meme coin o el celebrity coin de Iggy Azalea, al de Mother. En fin, como sea. Esto pinta mal. Está haciendo obviamente altos más bajos. Estás encontrándote con resistencia cada que subes por acá. Estás perdiendo el EMA bastante importante. Y acá también, aparte de todo lo peor, tuviste un cruce entre el 21 y el 9. No significa nada, solamente te está diciendo literalmente la poca fuerza que lleva el movimiento para arriba. Esto se ve más bajista que alcista. No hacerte perder el tiempo sería mi objetivo acá. Puedes verlo más de cerca. Tu siguiente objetivo son los 51 centavos. Si puedes pasar de 51 centavos, bien. De ahí lo que tienes que hacer es romper esta resistencia acá y poder crear un alto nuevo arriba de los 68 centavos. Si no puedes ni siquiera hacer eso, no se ve bien la cosa. Y también voy a aprender acá para que veas, el 9 está siendo rechazado del promedio de los 9 en este momento. Esta es una serie de velas horrendas, bajistas, todas. Los que nos está diciendo también, si te echas para atrás y puedes empezar a ver esto un poco más ya con punto de vista, estás creando bajos más bajos. Y tu siguiente bajo más bajo va a ser abajo, romper los 33 centavos. Si rompes los 33 centavos a la baja, esto se cocinó y prepárate para irte a dar una vuelta o a los 22 centavos o a los 17 centavos. Tu oportunidad de haber hecho un short estaba aquí. Yo creo que ya no existe. Tal vez si llega a dar otro brinco a los 46, ahí puedas abrir otro short si es que no lo retoma y ver exactamente qué hace el precio. Pero esta tabla tiene cara de que se quiere ir a cero. Así que hopium no tenemos el día de hoy, lo sentimos, estamos fuera de ese tipo de mercancías Vamos a platicar de NVIDIA. So, this is something they're asking before we go into the chart. They're saying, what do we do with NVIDIA and results? Let's pretend that you're a holder of NVIDIA right now. What would you do if you were a holder of NVIDIA and you know results are coming up?
Personally, I don't like to hold into economic events.
Same.
So I always close right before then, no matter what my P&L is, unless I'm very, very, very heavily to the downside. At that point, I would set a hard stop loss, and I'd say, like, hope for the best. If it does not work out, I'll get stopped out. But the only way I would ever hold into an economic event is if I'm severely undersided.
Yeah. Or if you have certain information from the company that no one else understands, knows, etc., that'd be also probably good. But that's really rare. And you can't be just a regular person that read the news or a blog, and then you go like, all right, I know that NVIDIA is probably going to look good. Like, you literally have to have some sort of insider information or knowledge.
If you're Nancy Pelosi, though, and you're going long in NVIDIA, I'm copy trading you.
You hodl that shit. You hodl. Aunt Nancy knows what the fuck is up. She's the best trader. Like, we should have a course where we have her here and explain, like, she can explain us her technicals. So great. She's like, yeah, she'd be like, whenever we're about to bum somewhere, I get told, and then I ask all the bankers, are you guys going to buy this? And once they confirm, I buy. Is it above the EMA 9 on Nancy? It's above whatever. They just ask the people, and then they tell me yes, and I buy.
It reminds me of that meme where it's like, entry? I don't know, Habibi. I just press market by king shit.
All right, who's doing NVIDIA?
To answer this question, Alex, but I mean, I agree with Farn 100%. And if I was still holding something and I was feeling unsure about it and I had a buffer, I just slap it break even. That's my just trader mentality. It really depends on your entry on it. I mean, if you just started investing in NVIDIA last week, maybe before it broke out, you have a little bit of green. Why even risk it if, with earnings, just set a break even or at least my new profit. With earnings, it's just coin toss. And especially if you're investing in NVIDIA at $127, you kind of have to look in the mirror and ask yourself if that's the best positioning to take during, something like an event. So,
yeah, I couldn't agree more.
It has been looking good, though, I will say. I mean, we talked about the possibility of a breakout, and now it's back testing that breakout zone. So,
it's literally right there. It's being such a dick. Like, they're all just like, I might be above, but I might not be above, but I'm confirming, but I'm not confirming. It's such a fucking dickwad move. Fuck you, NVIDIA. Fuck you, Jensen Huang. No, I'm just kidding. Sign my tits. Give me a second. Let me just tell exactly what we just discussed here. And then we'll jump into you, Farhan, and your analysis of NVIDIA. All right, everybody.
Jensen's about to release. I don't know if you guys knew. Jensen's releasing the new line of the NVIDIA 5000 graphics cards right around September.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, so that's going to give NVIDIA a nice little push because once those come out, people line out the stores to buy them.
So you see, that's what everyone's going to do right now. Everybody's just going to hold just based on what you just said.
But usually on these big announcements, though, price likes to dump into them.
It normally does, like with Apple, with Tesla, whenever there's like everybody's expecting the Cybercab on Tesla, for example, to be like the big move up, right? But that happens before. That's going to be priced in 2 weeks before the announcement. And that's when you want to get the fuck out. Then the announcement comes and it's fucking going to shit.
Are you charting NVIDIA fine?
Yeah, he's got it already. I have it here.
Perfect. All right, good. Yeah, because it's looking interesting on the daily.
Yeah,
actually.
Yeah. Baba is you, Alex, and then I'll tell you afterwards, Farhan. Let me just tell him, Billy, what's going on. Billy, por el puto amor de Dios, no holdees en eventos grandes como en entrega de resultados. Yo creo que mucha gente en este canal ha aprendido a nalgadas y a puñaladas del mercado con Rivian, con Tesla y con alguna que otra. Cuando hemos platicado varias veces, ¿vienen resultados? ¿Ya vendieron? No, yo creo que les va a ir bien. ¡Pito! No vale la pena. Si estás en verde, chido, llévate tus ganancias, son ganancias. Igual y sube más, igual y no. pero el riesgo que tienes es muy potente. La única vez, y esto es algo que dijo Pagan, la única vez que vas a apostar es cuando sabes que algo muy malo va a pasar, que lo tienes puesto y vas a hacer un mega short y tienes una muy buena salida apretada, bien. Pero fuera de eso, no tiene sentido alguno holdear algo en resultados. ¿Por qué? Porque normalmente lo que pasa es, ahí es donde viene la mayor cantidad de joderte de los fondos. Porque tantito que sea mal el resultado, que usen una palabra mal, el fondo lo usa como una excusa, y todos los fondos lo hacen, para poder hacer el dumperoo de toda la historia. Y todo el mundo es de, güey, lo único que falló fue esto. ¿Por qué cayó tanto? Porque es lo que querían hacer. Entonces, no vale la pena nunca holdear algo, a menos de que lo tengas a muy largo plazo y te valga madre si lo compraste hace mucho tiempo, pero no vale la pena si estás tradeando holdear algo cuando vienen resultados económicos, porque la volatilidad te puede matar. Así de fácil, y vamos al análisis de Farhan. All right, hit us with it.
All right, let's check out NVIDIA on the monthly. You guys see these vertical lines that I had drawn in the previous streams? These are where momentum had flipped back to the upside. Right there, we flip back up, right here, and then we flip back up over here. So right now we're getting the same move where momentum flipping back up. As you see, every single one of these lines, we end up getting a big move to the upside. Right now on this massive wick that we had down below, we tested exactly to the bottom of the blue zone at 90. What is this? $90.69. Perfect number. We tested right around to it. We ended up going back up. Not only did we cross these two meme lines, but we crossed the top meme line too. As long as we have we still are above here and we get a close above here, we would have to target the 88.3%, which right now is at new all-time highs at $145 area. You got to keep in mind though, as long as we're above this area, you only have like a 21.4% chance of that happening. But while it looks like this and we're getting consolidation in this area, we have to target this zone because we're getting our momentum indicators are still pointing to the upside. This is starting to cross below the moving average, but it's not the worst signal ever because you see right here, whenever we cross below the moving average, we ended up getting a little consolidation retest and we ended up breaking from there. Right now, we don't even have that because we're still above every single major zone. We're in these zones, we're still in the blue zone. Right now, we're well above it and we corrected to the bottom and we found some very heavy buying support there. So you have to assume that the trend is still going to continue to the upside as long as that's happening. If you look at the weekly right now, weekly is looking insanely powerful. We lost the blue zone over here. We ended up reclaiming it, and now we're basing off of it, and we're getting a move up. Ooh. Right now, our first target is going to be the median, which is at $132.77. The reason why I don't think that's going to hold is because we're getting our momentum on the HPDR to start flipping back up. It isn't into the positive territory yet, but it's very close to it, and we're getting volatility starting to flip back up as well. On the jewel, we have a sell signal, but it's starting to curve around. Once this weekly close happens and we close above this blue zone, which is at $121.78, this is going to flip into a neutral signal. And then on the next monthly closure, it's going to flip into a buy signal. But for now, we're getting all of the signs that for the momentum indicators flipping back up. If we go to the 2-day, we'll see that we just closed the 2-day above the blue zone, which is what we have to look for the breakout zone. Is if we close above it, then you have to target these upper 88.3% to the 95%, which right now is at $133 to $141. 142, which should be right around a retest of the previous all-time highs. If you look at the daily, by the way, my bad, I forgot to mention, on the momentum indicators on the 2-day, we're getting a sharp move to the upside. We're getting a break above the bullish control zone. We're getting a retest of the bullish control zone, and we're getting an expansion from there. And we're getting volatility support as well, which tells us that this is going to be an impulsive move and not a corrective move. If you look at the jewel is giving us a buy signal, and it's above the pink. The pink is more important than the yellow because the pink is a fast one. As long as we're above the pink, it's looking like it's going to continuation of trend. If we reject the yellow, I would look for that to be around previous all-time highs, which is around like $140 area. If it rejects there, I would say, okay, we made another lower high and we can expect it to go down from there. But until then, I would have to assume that the continuation of trend. As you see right here, where we flipped to a sell signal to a buy signal, it was right here within the bearish control zone below the 35. Let's see the last time that happened. I marked it off right here on the vertical bar. That was at right here at $82 before we went up to $140 something, and we're getting that same exact signal right here. So we have to assume as long as we have this, it's going to be continuation of trend because trend is your friend. So we have to assume that it's going to continue the way it's been playing out the entire time, versus assuming that it's going to reverse. That's how you get wrecked in not only crypto stocks, but crypto and like basically commodities, anything where you assume trend is going to reverse because you think it has to reverse. and then price will go against you because the market will stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent. Let's check the divergences. What I would love to see right now is some bullish divergence on NVIDIA. And that would give us...
that would be crazy. Now, at what point is this bullshit going to stop?
Maybe at $5 trillion, who knows?
At $100 trillion. Well, if you're thinking about, like, realistically, for how long we're going to be investing in AI, an obscene amount of money, this has nowhere to stop.
So if you look on the monthly, we don't even have a single sign of bearish divergence yet, because we're making higher highs on price action and we're making higher highs in RSI too. So there's like not even a single chance for bearish divergence. If we look at the weekly, we have confirmed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drives of hidden bullish divergence on the weekly after this previous weekly close. We have it like the easiest target right now is the bullish critical zone. Right now, that number is at $185, $184.96. The way to confirm it is if we draw a Fib retracement here, and we'll get a number to confirm it. As long as we close above $115.79, that's going to play out. Right now, this target is sitting over here at 222. I don't think it's going to hit that exactly. I think this number is going to move down. Maybe right around that $185 to that $200 psychological level. Probably a hit up there. Everybody's going to go crazy talking about NVIDIA has broken $200. It's the future of France. It's a new world order. Most likely it rejects around that psychological $200 level, moves back down. Probably it's going to move down to, let's see if I can get a target. Usually it likes to come back down towards this previous zero area, which and we also love to see the exact same target on the bullish retracement, which is at $220. Probably hits $200 area. It probably is not going to go past 200. Maybe it gets a little bit of a wick above it based on these stop losses. But I would look for it to come back down to retest this $140 to $50 area after that. So imagine once it hits $200, everybody gets massively bullish. It rejects and it goes back down to 150. Everybody's gonna be like, the top is in, time to short again. And if you watch it,
then it goes up.
Yeah, and if you're watching NVIDIA, usually whenever we get these big expensive moves to the upside, it's after everybody thinks the top is in and they start shorting it, and then you get another big move. That's been the story with NVIDIA like since the beginning. We mark some consolidation. We mark like a little bit of a local high. Everybody gets mega horny to be bearish, and then it just expands massively to the upside. And we have to assume that's going to keep happening until proven otherwise, because it's just a continuation of trend, and we have to assume the trend is going to continue. Right now, we have a hidden bullish divergence, multiple drives on the weekly. We go to the 5-day. We have multiple drives with hidden bullish divergence on the 5-day. We're getting the jewels that's losing the sell signal. It's flipping to neutral. It'll flip to a buy signal as long as we're above this previous candle open, which is right now a close, which right now is at 127.25. So as long as we close above that, it's going to flip to a buy signal. And then from there, we have to expect new all-time highs at the very least, because every single time we've done that, we flip to a neutral signal to a buy signal in this area. We've ended up getting a massive expansion to the upside. That would give me back that target previously I looked at around $180 to $185 based off of this. Let's look at the daily. Daily, we have multiple drives of bullish divergence in the bearish control zone, which is one of the most powerful instances of bullish divergence you can get. Right now, we don't have a local high yet. We're rejecting the bullish control zone. We're consolidating a little bit. If we do get a close, because right now we have a fresh silver cross to the upside on the daily.
I was going to say, yeah.
Not only that, but we have a perfect silver cross where all of the moving averages are bunched up together. Whenever they get bunched up together, then you get an expansion from there. That gives you the best version of the silver cross you can get, which is the same thing to the downside. Where all the moving averages together, then they cross to the downside. That gives you a more powerful silver cross. Right now, we have that to the upside. And we have the jewel giving us a buy signal within the bullish control zone. So as long as this holds this area, I'd have to say that NVIDIA's bullish to the upside is going to continue trending. It's probably going to hit that $180 number that we were looking at before. Maybe $200, but at that area, I would be looking to play a small scalp short. I would put my stop loss. It's very hard to get a stop loss whenever you're at new all-time highs because you're in price discovery. But I would put it somewhere around that $200 area, that psychological level. If we get a daily close above $200, I would cut it. If we project to a 200 on a daily close, at that point, I would hold the short, and I would be aiming for the 9 EMA on the retest of the silver cross, which right now is at $121 to $120. That's where we usually base off of whenever we have a silver cross, and then we continue to the upside. But I would not be taking any type of swing shorts at this point. I would only be looking for scalp shorts. looks insanely bullish on all of the higher time frames, and we have multiple drives with hidden bullish divergence. And
Nothing. I'm sorry. You just
your call cut out right when you said scalp short.
Yeah, so I would take a scalp short there. I would not take any type of swing shorts as long as these upper time frames have so many drives of bullish divergence, and we haven't lost any of the major EMAs, especially on the silver cross. I'd be targeting that $180 zone, maybe a little bit of consolidation before there, because as you see on the BBWP, we're at very extreme levels. We've been at 100% for 3 days now. So we have to expect some type of consolidation / pullback, which also makes sense with us retesting this 9 EMA and the silver cross, which is right around this. If I draw a horizontal line here, you'll be able to see the significance of this price zone right here. Right around here. Whenever we moved up, we rejected it, we moved down, we consolidated here, we moved up, held this support, held it as support, moved down, rejected it, had a big move down, now we're above it. So as long as we're above this area, and it also coincides with a retest of the silver cross, I would say we consolidate here because of that BBWP at 100%, retest this area. At that point, BBWP will probably come back down to the 50%, and we'd have enough fuel for our next move up to around that $180 level. But I wouldn't expect it from here. I would expect some consolidation at the very least from here.
Yeah, it would be too quick. Like, it's just been moving so fast. Like, it's not going to go to 200 after like quite a dump up until what? It dumped to $90. Imagine. Like 100% move on a $2 trillion or $3 trillion company. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
Absolutely fucking bananas.
Unless they pass some type of AI bill talking about how we're going to pump billions of dollars into the AI industry and shit, then I guess I can see
more. Yeah, because we've already passed every single one of those bills and giving them so much money. So if they want more, well, we just gave GM another 100 million. Why not?
Just print some more and tax the middle class more, right?
I think so, and especially on your unrealized gains.
Oh yeah, you got to tax them 44% on unrealized gains. You have to.
I think it'd be really fantastic if they can do the taxing of the unrealized gains on shorts. You know, when you open a short and then it goes your way and you're like, fuck yeah, I've already doubled my money, and then it goes back up and kills you. They should just measure how much money you could have made on your operations and then tax you at the top of that. Why not?
Fully on that, right? Yeah.
I'm not trying to make a political statement completely neutral, but it seems to me like these guys are on a speed run to lose the election.
That's what I was saying too. It's Fard kept telling me all these new Kamala policies. I'm like, man, it really seems like she doesn't want to win. Honestly,
well, it's what I've been saying. They've been doing everything they can to make Trump super likable, and now they're doing everything they can to shit on like Biden and then bring Kamala. They could have brought anyone else, by the way, anyone else,
literally anybody.
Like it's like the Democrats want to lose on purpose, which I hate that it makes me suspicious about the Republican Party too, and Donald Trump and Elon Musk and everyone. Although I do think Elon Musk is going to be the president if Trump is the president.
The key is to not trust either one. It's just to go with whichever one is less evil. That's all you have in your system.
Which, by the way,
that's
everybody
knows who that is.
It goes to the tech companies. Like, you know, the tech companies like Google, Microsoft, Facebook, Apple, all those guys. Don't trust any of them. They're all evil. But if I had to trust one, I would trust Apple.
Of all? Tim Cook is like that. Did you see him waving that Formula One? Why
I trust him? Because of how much history there is with Apple pressing against the government. You remember when they had that San Bernardino shooting with the ISIS?
Yeah.
And the FBI tried everything they could to get Apple to unlock the phone, and Apple was like, go fuck yourself.
I'll give you that.
That's a good point.
Because Apple doesn't make their business model off of selling your data. They make their money from selling you services and devices.
Well, in cables, little cables that are worth $800 trillion. Do you guys want to buy a cable that's $85? Because that's how they roll.
We're not going to give you a phone charger either for your new phone.
No, fuck you. You're going to have to buy it, son. Hey, you want premium quality products? Go buy the premium quality cables too. That's how the world works. Fuck us, right? Okay. And for you, Farhan, Enovix.
Nice.
ENVX.
We look at that every stream. So
yeah, people love Enovix because this is one that I implanted on them.
I see.
Because it went down to like Rivian, it went down, did a bottom, and I was like, this is gonna fucking take off. And also, in the long term, it's a battery producer that has completely brand new technology. So I think they're gonna do really, really well. They play with other formulas to create these batteries. They're smaller, lighter. So yeah, they seem to be the future of
Do you
that
remember
shit.
your tweet on Zero Hedge's tweet where you're like they're trying to lose the election? Did you read the
Yeah.
responses?
I read one, like people are retarded. So I just
people
read.
were so mad. I love reading
So
that shit.
I read one that was like, hang on, let me take this off. I read one. I reply to it when they go, yeah, keep giving the rich people everything. It's like, are you fucking retarded? Like,
Yes.
you want to pay more money. They're already stealing your money. And then through inflation. And then you want to pay more money in taxes?
Yeah,
Like,
my thought is like, bro, just go trade your JPEGs and leave this to people who know what they're talking about.
what the fuck are these people doing? I mean, and also, by the way, that shows you how unfortunate it is that they don't teach anybody the minimum of how the economy works and why they're getting fucked. Because to me, that was the important thing. I need everybody to understand that this is not an accident, that inflation is not an accident, and that the Fed does not make mistake after mistake. Because if I was running a company, I would never have someone that keeps fucking up over and over and over and over again. Right? Like, you have to be a moron to not understand that.
100%.
And to not understand that inflation is caused by excess monetary printing, and your money devaluates every time a new dollar makes it into the system. And what they're doing is they're stealing your dollars through value, through stealing through value, and they're giving themselves, because someone said, oh, if they're devaluating my money, they're also devaluating theirs. You have $200 to your name. They are giving themselves $100 million, you fucking idiot. Like, it's unbelievable. And no one knows. And you tell people these things and they're like,
Yeah.
oh, there's a conspiracy guy.
I
This is
swear,
how it works.
I swear, politics makes people retarded.
Dumb.
Yeah. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Like,
Because
it
you're right,
hurts my brain.
100%. Like, no one. I was in high school a few years ago. Like, this isn't. You don't
Something
talk.
that
You
they
don't,
teach anyone.
don't talk about anything important in economics at all. Just stupid supply curves and whatnot. But what you're saying is true. And if you do print an abhorrent amount of anything, you're just gonna you're gonna
worthless.
inflate everything, and it's gonna be worth less. So yeah.
If there's 1 million Paganis instead of only 100, they're gonna be worth $10,000 each instead of $3 million each. It's
No, if they make 1,000 Paganis, all those guys are just gonna buy them all up.
I know. I also saw that fucking KS douche tool bag getting a new. You gotta see this one. I was scrolling through Instagram and he's unveiling like a new Pagani. I had no idea it was him. It's like a silver carbon fiber thing, right? It's a Zonda. So they unveiled the car. They turned the camera around. There's Horatio and there's KS next to him, trying to like high five him, and you can tell Horatio's burning inside. He's like, God, I hate this fucker. Yeah, you can tell. It's incredible.
He's like,
All
damn, his daddy bought him another car.
Hey, those nuclear reactor plants and all of those patents are worth a lot of money. Ok, tenemos Nvidia. Nvidia lo estamos viendo en todas las temporalidades fuertísimo y lo pueden ver acá sencillamente. Vean nada más el subidón que ha tenido. Esta es la tabla mensual. Nvidia en este momento está cotizando en $127.50. Vimos que creó este potente hammerhead que tiene 9 días y 4 horas para cerrar. Veníamos de esta resistencia, pero no se ve tanto en la mensual como se ve en la semanal o más en la diaria. Pero en este momento venimos a recortar en la semanal, nos venimos a recargar literalmente en el soporte de la 21. Rompimos el 9, no llegamos más abajo y se dio la vuelta para arriba. Cuando volteas a ver todos los indicadores de Farhan, Nvidia nos dice que literalmente se va a ir al cielo y a otros lados, que tiene 1,000 millones de divergencias alcistas escondidas, no escondidas, en juego, a punto de explotar o no. Pero cuando lo ponemos en la diaria es cuando te da una excelente idea de lo que está pasando. Puedes ver que aquí tienes un cruce plateado, un silver cross, y además de los buenos, porque rompiste y rápidamente todos los EMAs importantes están aquí, todos esos promedios te los llevaste de corbata a la alza. Rompiste también esta resistencia a la alza y estás consolidando por encima. Tu siguiente objetivo es sencillo, los 135, que también coinciden con esto. Después de romper los 135, vas a ir a buscar altos históricos en $140. Es lo que tiene cara de. Ahora, con todo esto que estamos diciendo, ¿holdearía aún así Nvidia para que me presenten resultados? Absolutamente no. tiene cara de que quiere irse hasta arriba y que probablemente llegue a los 200, pero hay el riesgo de que no sepamos algo que te vayan a contar, ¿no? En los resultados y esto se lo lleva el tren. Pero por ahora podemos ver esta consolidación tan buena que está haciendo encima de la resistencia que previamente no había podido pasar. Y ahora tu siguiente objetivo de nuevo es sencillo, 135, 135 se vuelve 140 y de 140 a ver qué se vuelve. Literalmente tenemos objetivos por ahí de los 200. Así que interesante, interesante la tabla de Nvidia, potente también. Ok, Baba, hit us with it, Alex.
Nice. So I want to start on the weekly with this. Alibaba's looking pretty good. And I say that in the sense that when we had this big squeeze up, what this did for me was it potentially broke the downtrend. We had this I'm using this high here. This was we're on a weekly, so this is on November 13th, 2023. I'm looking at this as the last lower high. To basically the low. We broke down, broke our low, and then at this point, I do think it's interesting because not much really happened here. We did dump, but we never broke this low here, and then we pressed up. We broke the lower high, and then we fizzled down. What I'm seeing now is I see structure forming, potentially it shifting into an uptrend now, and it makes sense. I mean, we have now the 9 crossing the 21 above it on the weekly, which is a good sign. And then also we can see here that visually we are putting in higher lows. We just need now what? A higher high. That higher high will be done if we break this high here at $90.30. It's a good sign. On top of it, we are right here. I drew this mid-range. Baba's basically just been in this range for a while. I drew a mid-range here. We've came down, we hit the bottom of it, and then we started slowly going up. And I do see an uptrend forming, confirmed if we break this basically it's the high, $90.46. Even wicking above that would be a good sign. That'd be the higher high, and we'd look for the higher low potentially at the mid-range. And the weekly also, EMA crossing the 9s crossing above the 21, signaling a potential trend shift. On top of that, we also have on the daily, we have a silver cross now, which is nice. It's what you'd want to see essentially if we are talking about an uptrend forming. This could give this silver cross here. You can see we basically crossed, and then we've been holding the 9 as support. We would essentially now want this next high that we had on May 17th to break. And that's the level I've been talking about, that $90.46 level. That would then look great as, an uptrend confirmed, in my opinion. You could argue it is confirmed on this point, but I want two higher highs. You could argue this was the higher high. This is the higher low. We're now grinding up. We now would want this to break to form a higher high. If that does happen, I'd then be looking at this $85, $85.70 to $86 region to get back tested and potentially form another higher low. Until then, though, we are at resistance almost. Yesterday let me see here. This was a bad rejection candle. We did dump into the 9, and now we're getting the expansion up again. Especially with the fresh silver cross, we now have to just really look at the 9. When you get a silver cross, you bid the 9. If the 9 doesn't hold, you bid the 21. But you're leery about that silver cross maybe failing at that point. So we'd expect this 9 to keep holding, moving up with price, currently at $81.46. So price is healthily above, and we are approaching this resistance zone at $85.70. So something to watch. I'm curious now to see. Let's turn the 55 off because we now see the fresh silver cross. And let's see where this EMA 100 is. I do like how we basically started. We basically reclaimed it. Ever since we fully reclaimed it, that's kind of what marked our move up. Very, very good sign to be above that, in my opinion. And then the SMA 200 also is healthily above, with the 100 moving now above it. Again, a good sign and a welcoming sign that bulls are trying to push this up, and they do potentially have the momentum to break this high here if they can just break get a sustained breakout, especially above this $85 zone, high 85s, maybe 86. We do see here BBWP is now curving up again, basically giving us more confirmation that we can get that more volatility to the upside, especially since we do see the trend is at least almost there to an uptrend in my book. I would really love to see this high get broken first to confirm it, and then we'd say that this was the higher low. And then it's fine to slow grind up. I just don't want these net lows to get broken, which we're not. Usually with these slow grind up while structure's forming, you get big moves to the upside at least. So that's something I'll be watching. Trend looks like it's shifting to an uptrend again. And the EMAs, major EMAs are confirming that for me, especially on the weekly. In an uptrend, you would expect basically the 9 to cross above the 21 again. In an uptrend, and in a downtrend, you'd expect the opposite, right? So that's kind of what we're getting now. This just freshly crossed. It's a great sign. Something to watch essentially is this $85.80 resistance. Get it back above there. We have a lot of we can move up, and essentially I'd be looking for that next higher high to come in right here, right around $90. I do think that will be a big area for price. I mean, if we go and just zoom out here and focus on this weekly EMA 100, it basically was a big point on price each and every time. Yes, it fell below it, consolidated below it for a little bit. But overall, this basically, once it deviated and held, these marked major bottoms in Alibaba. You can see the reaction after losing it. It's been pretty aggressive down. Hopium here is, bulls. We've basically come down. Time has come. Many years have passed, and now this EMA 100s right here at 90 in the 90s. So we have to not disregard this. Though, if we do break this high, I would be convinced we're going to squeeze up. This though can be an area where, if it majorly rejects and then breaks, assuming this is the next higher low, breaks this low at $72 area, would not be good at all, and it just looks like a simple bearish retest essentially, which long overdue. Lost it, came all the way down, haven't hit it yet. So, yes, BABA can look good, but we can't disregard this weekly resistance because in my experience, especially with it being the 100, usually first tap is going to be a rejection. So something to watch. We do see though BBWP is now starting to flip up. It's over 16% now. So volatility can start expanding here, mixed in with what I mentioned on the daily with the silver cross. Let me take that there so you guys can see it right with the fresh silver cross here. It's a good sign, especially with the trend trying to flip up, confirmed if we break this high. Before I go, let me just check the monthly, just out of curiosity. That monthly it's very at a key point. This 21. I don't think that we're getting a lot of confluence with like 87 to 92 level. Big area across the board for BABA. If BABA can reclaim the 21, I'll be convinced that this was the bottom. Right here when it hit basically our meme line at $67. I'll be convinced that this is the bottom. This potentially can be looked at as maybe a macro higher low. We would just need to break these highs here, which is basically coming in right closer to that 55 if we want to just look at that. I'd rather look at the 100 though, in my opinion, because it's like what I use anyways, and we can see it's barely populating, so we don't have lots of data with this 55. This EMA 100. Yeah, my apologies. So I mean, essentially, watch. It's really hard for me to say when I'm viewing it on a monthly for sure, because we can't disregard this 21, which has been a big point of congestion for this chart. But all I can say here is watch closely. Watch where this weekly closes. It's at least nice to us that this mid range that I have here dashed is lining up nicely with the 21. Which tells me that I can go on to maybe a lower time frame like a weekly. And I know if we get weekly closures above this dashed line, it solidifies at least their strength behind maybe getting above this EMA 100. That'll be basically the final determination for me, is if the monthly can get back above the 21 and the weekly can get back above the EMA 100. If those two things can happen, then I'll be confident that we can start bidding this pretty aggressively. Out of curiosity, I mean, when we lost 100 here and then it got reclaimed, let's see how big of a pump this was, at least until we went to test it. Yeah, 24% on reclaim. Pretty good. Doesn't look like a big pump here, but that is a massive pump for a stock like Baba. So, knowing that it's a key area, something to watch. The conservative trade is this. You just want to wait for the weekly EMA 100, and then the monthly will probably, if the weekly reclaims that, the monthly bleeds in, meaning we've definitely reclaimed the 21. At that point, it solidifies, yes, we are in an uptrend. Yes, structure has shifted now, even on the monthly, because visually you can just see that. And then potentially we see more of that silver cross play out to the upside that we freshly saw right here that we identified. So overall strong chart. I want to say it's in an uptrend yet, because what you don't want is this to roll over. Trap bulls playing the what's it called? Maybe they think it's in an uptrend. They're bidding it now. They're bidding the 9. We go into resistance here just to reject and roll over. That's why I want this next higher high to confirm it for me. Yes, this was good. Breaking this lower high was good on the daily on this pump. Coming down makes sense. It not breaking this low is very good. And then slow grinding up with higher lows is a great sign. We just need that higher high now. So if we can get that, then I will be convinced that, yes, this is going to go up a lot higher. And I'll be looking then at this $100 area. Assuming though, right, that the weekly reclaims the EMA 100 and then the monthly reclaims the 21. So something to watch. And then lastly, I just don't want you guys to forget, yeah, this is good. This is showing me that there is momentum with bulls. This 9 now above the 21 on the weekly, which is strong. So is it solidifying that these highs here are going to break soon? Well, I mean, as it stands, I would look at it as so, especially if we are in the theory that we are forming an uptrend here again. We just need the confirmation with price action. But with everything, watch the weekly, watch the monthly, and watch this $85 level, because this is the point where bears would want us to reject on the daily, trap longs again, and then roll over. But as it stands, it seems less likely, especially with the way the EMAs are setting up and giving me uptrend patterns with them within 21, under the 9, and also the daily silver crossing to the upside. That's what you'd get when we're like in the beginnings of an uptrend. Especially since this could be caught early, essentially. So we're at that point where, like, yes, this is it's looking good. We just need, in my book, more confirmation. Confirmation will be any kind of wick high above this high here that was formed on May 17th. That'd be great. I would then look for a next higher low. And the most ideal part would be if we do wick up, come back down based on this mid-range. Forming another higher low. That'd be very, very clean and easy for me. And then maybe giving more legs to the monthly, reclaiming the 21, which is right here. Nicely lined up too, almost. So next month this probably will come down a little bit more, solidifying that this dashed line is a big level for price, not only because it's a mean line, but because the monthly 21 is telling us that. And yes, the monthly can reclaim the 9, but as I've mentioned before, per my system, it's not just all steam ahead, we're good. We have to then look at the 21. We then get in a range of the 21 and the 9. If price can get back above both of those, great. It's a great sign for sure. You can see here it's been holding price down, the 9 and the 21. Now approaching the 9 with our meme resistance. So yes, it's looking bullish. Yes, there's a silver cross, but we cannot disregard this major level. It is approaching now. So big monthly closure incoming for Alibaba, in my opinion.
Look at this. I have a little extra confluence for your ass right here with your analysis. So this is monthly, right? We started right here, July 22nd. You put that beautiful triangle, like making higher lows, obviously, but you're making lower highs. But look, you have an actual breakout. I don't know if you can see it because it's
that formation is technically called a symmetrical triangle. which has about 55% chance of breaking to whatever side momentum is pointed towards.
Which
And right now it looks like it's looking like it's breaking to the upside as long as we're above that line.
Yeah, it does. That is a good confluence too, because especially with the way BBWP is basically reset on the monthly, fully reset. It's very interesting. And then, like I said, with the weekly showing us the strength with a fresh cross of the 9 and the 21, and a daily silver cross. So,
and to get a measured move off of this, you would have to go from that bottom wick to the top of the line of the triangle. Not that one right there. And then go to the top of the triangle, then you would get a measured move from the breakout.
$140.
Which lines up perfect with that previous projected lower high.
Right here. Yeah. That'd be fucking nice. It seems like he does want to break out. Let's see.
But we just need some closures. That's why I think if we watch the weekly and the monthly, it can confirm it more, give us more confidence. But as it stands, the daily is a silver cross. We're looking like the daily's forming an uptrend, and we just need that next higher high.
Did Jack Ma find some extra social credit points in his wallet or something?
I think so, dude. It's the only explanation.
Because right now we have possible 3 drives of bullish divergence on the monthly.
Is the jewel on neutral right now?
It's on a buy signal on the monthly.
Oh,
damn.
To confirm the bullish divergence, you have to close over 78.85, and you'll confirm it on the monthly close. And then from there, we have to target the bullish control zone, which is at $134.
And that's the EMA 9, by the way. That's where it's at.
And I do believe exactly. Fine, go to the monthly. Look at BBWP. This is the lowest we've been in volatility ever in history. Right?
So it's been contracting the entire move down, which tells us that this is a corrective move instead of an actual impulsive move to the downside.
Interesting. With volatility at the lowest point in this chart's history. So
damn.
It's never been at 10%.
Maybe China's about to do something. Who knows?
What the fuck are they going to do? Okay, let me get going with this. Aquí tenemos la tabla de Alibaba. Pueden ver que lleva desde el septiembre del 2014. Tuvimos su alto histórico en octubre del 2020, literalmente un año. So these guys reached peak prices a year before us. Just a note for us. Un año antes que nuestro mercado. Y acá, de nuevo, le estoy enseñando una tabla mensual. Podemos ver el precio ha estado en caída después de haber perdido todos los EMAs, etcétera, y entró en este rango. Este rango es un triángulo y como pueden ver, la resistencia no había podido romper en todo este tiempo. De nuevo, desde el 2022, julio del 2022, ya lleva más de 2 años el precio en esto. Y ahorita justo acaba de retomar la 9, el promedio 9, y va a ir a pelearse una vez más con el 21. El promedio del 21 ya fue rechazado una vez y ahora viene una segunda vez, pero esta vez es la primera que tenemos una vela de este tipo en la mensual, donde se va a quedar encima de la resistencia. Si podemos tener eso con un cierre arriba de los $85, muy probablemente vayamos a pelearnos acá con el 86.93 y retomarlo. ¿Qué es lo que estamos esperando? Estamos esperando un poco de este mismo movimiento darse en la semanal, y podemos ver en la semanal algo más interesante, como el EMA 100 viene acá en los 89.70 y va a empezar a bajar. Entonces, tenemos que reventar porque no hemos podido retestear el EMA 100 ¿desde cuándo? Desde acá, desde literalmente junio del 2021. Lleva más de 3 años que no lo hemos llegado a saludar al señor 100. Entonces, ahorita vamos a ir a darnos una vuelta por acá. Si podemos romper este nivel con estos máximos de 90-66, con la formación y lo que estás creando, que son bajos más altos, sí estás creando altos más bajos, pero la estructura seguiría alcista y empezarías a reventar a la alza por acá, se vería bastante bien. Además de que en la mensual, de acuerdo a los indicadores de Farhan, también tenemos 3 diferentes divergencias alcistas en el precio ya confirmadas y pues sí, se ve bastante bien Alibaba en estos momentos. Tu confirmación grande va a ser poder romper estos altos y ganarle al EMA 100 en la semanal. aquí en los 90.63. Yo creo que la diaria es más ruido que cualquier cosa, aunque hayas tenido un Silver Cross, se los voy a enseñar rápido, un cruce plateado en este punto. Déjame, lo pinto. Literalmente aquí el amarillo se fue encima del naranja, como pueden ver acá, y eso es un cruce plateado a la alza para Alibaba. Sí, es literalmente eso. Se ve bastante bien. Lo que queremos asegurarnos es que no nos vaya a hacer esto que nos hizo antes y nos dé la vuelta para abajo. Pero pinta bastante bien al día de hoy Alibaba, señores. All righty. Let's do Enovix and then for Tesla.
All right, cool.
I'm muted. I forgot to unmute myself.
I can hear you talking to yourself in the other room.
And I'm like, oh wait, I'm not unmuted.
So funny.
One of these days, I'm gonna get it down, and I'm gonna unmute myself right before anybody has to tell me.
It takes a while, dude. It's taken some friends 2 years to realize that the microphone's in front of them when we're doing a podcast, and they just go and start talking like this. And you're like, dude, can you please just turn around to the other side? And they just can't do it for 2 years. So it's fine. Don't worry about it.
At least it's not as bad as you whenever you're making a YouTube video and you realize you're not recording.
Dude, I've shot entire videos, and like some of the best videos I think I've ever made that I wasn't shooting at all. So yeah. It's so embarrassing. And it's so bad. It still happens.
I can just imagine how annoyed Sergio gets at that shit.
Dude, when you get home and you like upload everything and there's no audio and there's only me.
And Sergio's like, what the fuck, dude?
Oh, the wrong camera setting? Well, no, to him, it's like, I can't do anything with this. Good luck. Go film it again. The problem is me.
All right, so we're looking at the monthly on Enovix. So our we ended up rejecting the top of the blue zone. We're in a correction right now. Whenever we reject the blue zone, we have to target the median. Right now, we're getting support at the median at $9.46, but we are not getting the type of bounce that we were expecting to get whenever we hit it. Whenever we hit this median zone and it's bullish, it's going to give us a very big wick, and it's going to like immediately get buying pressure, and it's going to reverse to the upside. Since we're not getting that, I'm leaning more towards the bearish side. And I'm thinking within the next 9 days, if we close below $9.46, we're going to move down to the bottom of the blue zone. Right now, that number is at $6.44. If we look at our momentum indicators, it tried to break out to the bullish control zone, it rejected, and it moved down. And if you also look at this, you see on this last time where it moved down, it was this high. Now it's lower. So that's giving us bearish divergence on the HPDR momentum. But it's not confirmed until we break down below $99.46 on the monthly. We're getting the jewel giving us a buy signal. But the reason why we can't put too much weight on this buy signal is because there's not much data on here on the jewel. The jewel only started populating in November of 2023, and now it's August of 2024. It's not even a full year of jewel data. So yes, it is a good signal, but it's not the type of signal that you would expect if we had a lot more price data. So we have to put some weight on this, but not as much as you would put if this was a much older asset. If we go down to the weekly, let's see how that looks. Right now, the weekly is looking fucking terrible. We have a fresh silver cross to the downside. You see 21 crossing below the 55. We have a rejection of the silver cross, and now we have follow through. Right now, what makes it look so bad is that we're at the 88.3% level. We're getting some support there, but you would expect that because you only have an 11.7% chance of continuation down from here. But the reason why I don't like this is because we're getting a very anemic bounce, a very weak bounce, where we can't even touch this 78.6. We're rejecting off of that, and we're just holding at this area. What I see this as is consolidation below at support, which I don't consider bullish. Consolidation above support, I consider distribution, where all of the bigger players are trying to get out and they're selling to the retail buyers before they dump it. If you look at the momentum indicators, we're getting momentum very extremely to the downside. We're getting volatility supporting to the upside, and we're getting a sell signal on the jewel, and it's below the pink. It's not the ultimate sell signal though, because they were not bunched together when it moved down, but it's still bad nonetheless. We'd expect some type of support here at this yellow moving average. Unfortunately, this indicator does not tell you what that price would be, but based off of basic technical analysis, you can get an idea. Most likely, it's going to be somewhere around here at this $8.50 area. If it does close below that, the jewel is going to cross below here. It's going to go into the bearish control zone, and bears are going to be strongly in control. If you go down to the daily right now, where you see is the daily blue zone is continuing to move down. This is very bearish whenever you see the blue zone move down. So whenever the blue zone moves down, it means that because price likes to stay within the blue zone. So it gives you more room for the price to continue to move down as long as it's within the blue zone, and the blue zone is moving down as well. We have a fresh silver cross to the downside on the daily right here. We were not even strong enough to go up and test the silver cross. We went up to the 100, we rejected that, and then we moved back to the blue zone. Right now, we're finding some support at the median. This median is going to move up after this weekly close, as long as we're below this previous high right here, which is at $10.26. As long as we're below there, this median is going to move down. We're going to be below it, and then we have to target this bottom zone, which is at $9.21. If you look at our momentum indicators, our momentum is currently pointed up. It's freshly starting to break into the positive territory with volatility pointed down. That gives you a target of the median. And where are we right now? Exactly at the median. So we've hit that target already. So from there, all we get is that we're going to hit this, but it's not going to tell us if this is going to hold the support. If it does hold the support, then we can get a nice little mean reversion bounce up to the silver cross right here at the 21 at $11.60. But I wouldn't count on it because of how much support this 200 SMA has been this entire time. Consolidation here, support here, support. And now we're below it and we're rejecting it. So I would expect this 200 SMA to reject, and we would get a continuation of trend. And what's beautiful is that we get this 200 SMA right at this 50% range. You remember on the previous chart we looked at, the 50% range, what I mentioned is the range that you want to confirm a breakout on the Fibonacci levels. So as long as you're below this 200 SMA and this 50% range, you have to assume that this trend is going to continue to the downside, and it's going to be bearish. Let me draw a fib level here so I can get a more clean target. Yeah, so as long as we're below this level, even if we're below the golden pocket right now, which is at the silver cross, ideally you'd want to be above the 50%, but right now that seems like a pipe dream. But as long as you're below the golden pocket in the 78.6, you have to target this bottom 161.8. This is going to go up. Most likely it's going to be right around here with this 95% level. Right now it's at $6.37. So say this thing nukes today, it's going to go down to $6.37. But if it takes a couple of days, takes a couple of weeks for this move to play out, this range is going to move up, and it's going to be somewhere around $7.43. And that's where I would expect the next local bottom, like not a reversal bottom.
Low.
Yeah. I would expect a local bottom there and get a little bit of a bounce, but it's still bearish as long as we're below this 200 SMA. This 200 SMA is because it's a very slow moving average. It's not really going to curve down. It's going to continue sideways like this. So it's going to be right around the same level, right around these previous rejective highs at $10.75, $10.80. As long as we're below there, we have to assume that pressure is to the downside. Let's look at our divergences. I have a feeling there's going to be some significant bearish divergence here.
Yeah, should.
Nothing on the monthly, quarterly, nothing on there, weekly. All right, so on the weekly, you see right here where we made a higher high than this high right here. But the RSI made a high. We made a higher low versus price, but the RSI made a higher high. So this is textbook hidden bearish divergence. The way to confirm this is that you would have to close below this on this candle below this candle's open, which is at $10.73. If we close the weekly below there, this hidden bearish divergence is confirmed, and we're going to go down. But what this is considered phantom hidden bearish divergence because it's so far apart from price action from the previous instance, and there's a whole bunch of divergences in between. So it's not going to be as strong as like a regular hidden bearish divergence, but it is going to play out at the very least this bearish control zone, which right now sits at $6.99, $7, right around that $7 target we were looking at before. And we would expect that target to hit as long as we close below $10.73. At that point, the divergences will play out, and we're going to end up going down to that bearish control zone around $7. Check the 2-day. 2-day has some hidden bullish divergence, but it's not the strongest because we're projecting every single time, and we can't even get to the moving average. And this hidden bullish divergence will be negated if we close anywhere below $10.11. This hidden bullish divergence will be, but we need two closes below there. So this one right here, and then one after that, and then after that, the hidden bullish divergence will be invalidated, and we have to look for those $7 targets. Let's look at the daily. Daily is not giving us anything. That's not giving us anything. So right now, basically, all we're looking at is the divergence on the monthly, I believe. Yeah, the monthly, and on the the 2-day and the daily. So we have that right now. We have to look for a rejective lower high. I would expect somewhere on the 12-hour. It gives us a better idea because we have a silver cross to the downside of the 12-hour, which lines up exactly with this 200 SMA. So based off of the previous hidden bullish divergence I talked about, if we don't get it invalidated, I could see us move up to right around here, this 221, right around $11.58 or $11.60, make another lower high there, which would be a perfect rejection of this overcross, and then we can move down towards that previous $7 target. But right now, I'm thinking that more likely than not, it's going to hit somewhere in that $7 range.
Yeah, it certainly seems like it. Let me just share real quick, and then Alex, you're doing Tesla, and then we can do a Bitcoin analysis because it's going up.
Perfect.
Ok, tenemos aquí Enovix, podemos ver en la semanal, estamos a punto de romper este cruce plateado a la baja. Esto es en la semanal, donde ven la línea naranja está a punto de ser pasada por la amarilla para abajo y eso se ve bastante mal. Honestamente, estamos viendo en todos lados, no importa cómo sea. Pueden ver que acá en la diaria tenemos nuestro EMA 9 en los 10.46. Tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja justamente acá, lo que nos da este movimiento a la baja. Esto es una bandera, si lo quieren ver así, esto es una bandera y consolidación bajista y probablemente vayamos a retestear el EMA 9 en la diaria a los 10.45. Pero la realidad es que si no tenemos un cierre arriba de los 10.70 en la semanal, lo voy a poner en la semanal, 10.70 que está por acá arriba, vayamos a visitar los 6.75 a los $7. Se ve y está por acá más o menos el objetivo. Se ve bastante bajista. Lo que no nos interesaría es romper este bajo en los 5.72 y seguir formando estructura para adelante alcista. Pero esto es Enovix, damas y caballeros, no se ve ni pinta la cosa tan bien. So whenever you're ready, Alex.
I'm going to answer this question for Nico BC real quick before we do that.
Hit it.
So he's asking, can you please show how to add a trading view alert with multiple conditions? Say an alert lets me know that when Microsoft is above 65 in the RSI, above the 200 EMA, and the MACD is below 0 on the 5-minute time frame. So with just a basic trading view, you won't be able to do that with one alert. You can do it with multiple different alerts, which will still work out. But the only way to do that with one single alert is you have to get something called the Crown Quant Skeleton Key. And that's the only way you can do it, and that's not for free. It's around like $200 a month. The only time I would consider that to be worth it is if you're actually seriously trading like 24/7 and you need to know the stats behind your system. But other than that, I would say you should just use the regular trading view system and not bother with that.
Nice. Thank you, sir.
Well, let me get my Tesla chart up.
Let's get it.
Nice.
Here we go.
All right, cool.
Ready.
Let me just get this going. Put this here. Nice. So I want to start on the weekly. I want to throw all these off. Let me get this. The weekly is looking quite good. I mean, today, in 2 days, it's going to be very key to see where this closes. Bulls really want this weekly to close, in my opinion, basically above 220. If we can close above 220, I think then we are back in this range. This is a deviation from it and a quick reclaim of it. Pretty bullish, in my opinion. Not only that, but we also see the weekly EMA 100 also got reclaimed last week's closure. This week looks like it backtested it with confluence of the 9. That's always nice when you get a 9 and the 100 lining up perfectly, kind of clustering. It makes it, for me, a big point of either support or resistance. And at this point, it was support, and we did get a nice bounce from that. So as it stands now, bulls want this to reclaim 220 in 2 days. Ideally, then you would hold this 220 level of support for the possible next move up. Anytime basically Tesla's reclaimed back into this range, it basically gives us a free ride back to the top of it, which is at around 260. We can see it here, right here. Even it holding, getting back above, went straight to the top of the range again. This consolidated, but basically was hitting the top of the range and coming all the way back down. This is actually funny on the weekly because it just shows you how big this range can be on Tesla. And even here reclaims it, and then we press up to all-time highs. So the reason I'm mentioning this 220 is just because it's a big level. It's what Tesla's been telling me, at least. So bulls want this to keep holding, especially on a weekly closure. That would look great. Bounce where it needed to, reclaim support. We would then be looking at this 220 area as an opportunity, potentially targeting that 260 to 262. Let me go now to, let's check the monthly, just out of curiosity. A monthly can develop into a nice candle. As of now, it's It got bought up where we needed it to support, got back above the 21 and the 9, which is what we'd want. And now the question is, and the ball is in Bull's court essentially, is are we going to get this flipped into a green hammerhead? If that happens, then that'll look pretty good in my opinion. You could argue, well, didn't this close almost like basically a hammerhead? Kind of, you could just argue that it was just under the 9 though. So, then the question is candlestick theory more important than the trending moving averages? And that could explain why we dumped here. Now on this, if we form a hammerhead while holding major support and back above our meme support, yeah, to me that's pretty good, and it can solidify. We probably go and test this this $300 region, IMO in my opinion. But at first we'd have to look at the 260. It's a big level, and that's on the monthly. So weekly is looking great. Watch the closure on that. I would essentially, you just want to keep holding this 9, the 100, and also get back above 220. If bulls can check those 3 boxes off, then I don't see why we wouldn't get a move to 260. And keep in mind, this range is pretty big. So if we do get that move, it's an impressive, I don't know why it blocked it there. It's an impressive 20%, 19% move. So big range we're playing in Tesla here. Let me go to lower time frames and throw on also the 55 so I can see if we're getting any kind of crosses that could give us more confluence on, maybe this does hold and we get some expansion up. Let me see. Let's go to the daily. On the daily, it's nice. It's basically, you can see really trying to hold this meme support here, solidifying. Yeah, 220 is a big level. And also, if this daily can close green, this will move the 9 above the 21, giving us a more confidence of more momentum in this range going to the upside. Would be a good sign for sure. And you would just keep looking at the 9 once it does get back above the 21 as support. The idea would be bulls consolidated up to get this 9 back above this 220 level. To me, it's looking good though. And, on this dump, we left nice gaps. So Tesla for sure can, it can easily go to 260 in my opinion. We just need price to hold this area in my opinion. So if it does, easy gap fill here. And then also this cross on the daily would solidify the strength. While BBWP is still up, it's in 66%. It's still up postured though. It's still in a bullish posture in my opinion, solidifying that we can easily get momentum and volatility easily at this point. I just think it hinges on this 220 support zone. Let me go curious to see how the 5-day looks. On the 5-day again, every time frame, big and small, is looking pretty good on Tesla. To me, I'm just getting nice confluence around this 220 zone. We have lots of major moving averages. The 9 right around 215 to 220. So I definitely look at this zone here as something to watch. You would want this to hold on the weekly. You would expect us to reclaim 220. Base a little bit and then have the expansion to 260. That's kind of what I would be looking at if we do close above 220. Let me just check the 4-hour. Why not? So the 4-hour also is looking good. A potential silver cross to the upside. If this 4-hour if we can basically get back above 230, I believe this should move the 21 back above the 55. So yeah, visually you can see bulls are trying to hold this as we speak. That would be good. Maybe they can form some kind of bull flag here while holding support, solidifying that we do get that gap fill around here, like 246 to 260, in my opinion. When I was looking at Tesla before, I'm like, man, these ranges are kind of big I have on it. But then I'm back testing and I'm like, no, it literally does just go to the next range every time.
Yeah, it's fucking nuts.
Here to the range every time, here to the range. So that is what we're dealing with Tesla. Big level overall. Daily's telling me there is bullish momentum forming for sure, especially with this fresh cross happening right now. We just want this daily to flip green and then flip this 9 above the 21. And then, watch the weekly as well. Big weekly closure. Yes, it's looking good. It doesn't necessarily have to close above 220 on this weekly closure. It would just make it easier, in my opinion. But if it doesn't, then you're just looking at these two moving averages to hold, in my opinion. We can take the 55 off. There's no confusion. And you just watch this. You don't want this cluster to break. If it does, yes, then we have a easy target to 205, the 21. But at that point, if we've already deviated again, the 100 and the 9 on the weekly, then bears are going to be looking at this as a lower high. And that's not what we want. So, you want structure here. You want us to pump, you want us to dump, form a higher low, and you want us to move on to form a higher high. Assuming, right, this 220, which is a crucial zone, holds. As long as that holds, then we're good. If it doesn't, we don't reclaim it, that's fine. Cause of concern slightly, but not the biggest, as long as the 9 and the 100 on the weekly are holding. If I take the 21 off and we just go and look at the 9 and the 21, we like getting above the 9 and then just holding basically the 21 as we like getting back above the 100 and holding the 21 as support. The entire way up, it was basically holding it on the weekly as support, fell below, quickly reclaimed, made a new high, while never going under the essentially the weekly EMA 9 during this rally. So that's kind of what bulls are trying to get now. They want us to reclaim 220, get this 9 flipped up over 220, hold it so that way we can sustain a rally. Breakout confirmed if we do break, this wick high here, which is at 267, 271. But as it stands, I'm personally looking for the 300s. I don't think that we're gonna. If we do reclaim 220 and we start moving up, I don't think these highs are gonna be basically hold. And I'll be looking at 300, which is an area I think even Farhan last time he was talking about this chart was mentioning. So, something to watch for sure, especially with that daily on the EMAs telling us that there is momentum for sure forming in favor of bulls right now as it stands. 220 is a big level, so if the weekly can reclaim it while backtesting the 100 and the 9, it's a very easy trade. You just then have an easy invalidation because you would expect then on the weekly held 220, you'd want dailies to start holding it. Yes, we can come back down easily to here, 214. That should just be an opportunity though, assuming we close above the 220 level. So watch closely. It's looking good though. It is looking good, especially with this cross happening potentially today or tomorrow. So yeah,
I find this really weird because you're seeing Rivian kind of like on a negative side, right? Like it's not looking good. We're seeing Enovix, which is a leading indicator for all basically electrics, kind of going down. But Tesla's like on its own. Like what the fuck?
Yeah, and
They're
that's
so
a good point. I know. I mean, like even looking at the 2-day, we can see the cross did happen already. So the 2-day has more strength than the daily, and the 2-day did close above 220.
strong.
So when I see something like that, and I'm waiting for a weekly, which is happening in 2 days, it gives bulls more momentum to close the weekly above 220, especially if this 2-day closed above and is basically holding it now as support. What bulls really want though is for us to hold that 220 and then let these moving averages come and meet that. If we can get then support with the moving averages, with the meme line, I do think we can get a bigger bounce across the board. But we just have to look at the first top of the range, which is 263. But remember, the more times we hit resistance, the weaker it gets. And that's why I'm more getting the vibe that we're definitely going to hit that 300 if we do go to this area. I don't think it's just going to roll over, massively reject. I do think we'll get some kind of resistance, form another higher low to push to that 300 zone. And that 300 zone is going to be very, very key for Tesla. If it can break back above 300 and hold, there's not much but air until 400 to 413. So one thing after the next, though, watch the weekly. You want it to close above 220. And then you would just be basically watching the 9 on the daily to keep holding. So
Let's do it then. Perfecto. Thank you so much, sir. Let me just share this and let's go into the corn so we can close. I'll do a shameless plug before that though. And I don't know if I saw your mouth moving, Farhan, on purpose or not, but you're muted. Okay, perfect. Estamos viendo Tesla en este momento en la mensual. Podemos ver que estamos arriba del 21 de la 9 y voy a poner el 55 también para que lo tengan de referencia. Ni siquiera venimos a tocar más que el 1 de abril, el 100, y tiene demasiada fuerza. Esta es una vela bastante positiva, aunque es roja, me gustaría que fuera verde, pero en este momento Tesla está cotizando en 221,95 centavos. Pueden ver que tenemos una resistencia o soporte importante en los 220, si lo quieren ver así. Yo lo tengo en el 221 plano. Simplemente buscando, y busquémosle de todos lados, pueden ver que aquí también estamos rompiendo a la alza con todos los promedios estando bajo el precio hasta la zona de los 205. No hay duda alguna que el precio puede retroceder a buscar estos precios, pero por la tendencia que lleva en las temporalidades grandes a las más chicas, pueden darse cuenta, sobre todo aquí en la zona de los 215, que probablemente vaya a funcionar como soporte. Por el tipo de tendencia y lo que estamos viendo, literalmente esto tiene cara de que nuestro siguiente objetivo deberían de ser los $260. Rompiendo los $260, podemos poner un objetivo tranquilo de $300 arriba de la tabla. Eso es Tesla en este momento. Se ve muy alcista y acá tengo que decir algo que me hace preguntarme cosas, ¿ok? Lo voy a poner en la semanal rápido para que veamos esto en la diaria, esto, la de 2 días que tenemos por acá. Ok, sí, o sea, es muy fuerte, muy fuerte, muy fuerte. Está cerrando muy bien encima de los 221. Lo que yo les quiero decir es esto. Si a Enovix le está yendo mal, que es para mí un indicador adelantado de coches eléctricos, y no está yendo tan mal, digo, puede ir a ser un bajo más alto, etcétera. Rivian también se ve que tiene cara que va a ser castigado. Voy a compartir con ustedes rápido. Rivian ya cayó de esa línea. Básicamente, en la línea de Tesla que les digo que es importante es esta en los 221. Vean en Rivian cómo ya tuvimos el breakdown, ¿no? Y estamos en los 12.98. Esto es lo que yo les decía. Personalmente creo que Rivian va a ir para abajo. Se me hace raro que Tesla por sí mismo tenga toda esta fuerza, pero es lo que nos dice la gráfica. No hay cómo pelearlo. Entonces, algo simplemente que mantener en tu cabeza y estar al pendiente de. Pero bueno, ¿qué más les voy a decir? Se ve bastante alcista. Tenemos que cerrar simplemente arriba de los 221 y cerrando arriba de los 221, yo creo que todo el mundo va a estar muy contento. Porque vamos a empezar a ver objetivos al alza. De nuevo, si llegamos a bajar y visitar los 215, 14, probablemente vayamos a rebotar. Tenemos bastante buena confluencia con los EMAs por ahí que nos diga que empujarían a la alza. Pero vale, es lo que estamos viendo por acá. Y antes de pasar al análisis de Bitcoin, es lo que tradeamos nosotros por acá en Elite Trading Academy. Les dejamos aquí el enlace en la descripción del video para que vengan al Discord. Es absolutamente gratis. Conozcan a todos los demás miembros. Pueden también, porque hay mucha gente que no sabe cómo usar el Discord. Aquí en la parte de la izquierda, una vez que aceptas la invitación, puedes ver el análisis de Alex, el análisis de Farhan. Puedes ver nuestros enlaces con nuestros socios, que es cosas que vayan a necesitar. Por ejemplo, tenemos TradingView acá que les va a regalar un descuentillo si usan nuestro enlace para poder comprar cualquier plan, aunque TradingView es gratis, también se lo recomendamos. También tenemos acá nuestros 2 exchanges con los que trabajamos internacionalmente fuera de Estados Unidos y que requiere KYC. Tenemos BitGet, aquí lo tienen, que obviamente usando nuestros enlaces les van a dar regalillo por la izquierda y por la derecha, hay promociones, bonos, etcétera. Y acá tenemos Bluffing. Bluffing funciona en Estados Unidos, en todo el mundo y no requiere KYC, que es bastante bueno. Aquí lo tienen todo, donde dice Partners. Acá en Greetings ven a decir hola, en Chart Request ven a pedirnos una tabla, noticias, ven a leer nuestras noticias compartidas. Acá vénganse a compartir con nosotros sus ganancias o sus pérdidas. Bien, bien ahí, Uriel. Buenas ganancias. También acá haya habido pérdida. Me gusta ver todo esto. Y también tenemos su chat general donde pueden venir a platicar con todos, preguntar lo que sea. Y la comunidad, honestamente, ayuda bastante. Se los recomiendo bastante si están empezando a esto. Yo creo que van a recibir bastante apoyo de la comunidad. All right, boys, you ready for some Bitcoin analysis so we can close this bitch?
Take us home, Farhan. You want to start?
I'm muted. I'll do it.
Yes. I didn't want to say anything because I saw in your eyes that you were noticing that you were muted.
I'm slowly catching on.
I'm so trained into like the whole cameras and muted and not muted and doing podcasts and whatnot that I can tell when someone realizes immediately. I'm like you guys with the charts. Just accept this doesn't help anyone on anything.
Hey, it helps on the live streams though. If Parker is muted, it'd be like Parker, you're muted. I mean, on the
no, we had an episode that we did that he didn't record anything.
I mean it helps because I remember I thought my camera was broken. And you were like, "No, bro, it's just dirty. Clean that shit."
Oh yeah, just a little bit. I got the basics. We'll get Sergio when eventually we make it.
Oh yeah, Sergio will be the one who will point out every single one of the errors.
Exactly.
I can't lie though. I love Parker. Parker is a real one.
He's the man, fucking Parker. I'm excited. We're about to.
I've been watching.
Not a lot of people here.
He's for people who don't know, he's Vehicle Virgins on YouTube. I've been watching him since I was in high school, since before I had a driver's license.
Oh yeah, he's been around forever and ever and ever, helping everyone get the right car. And right now, he made some awesome videos in Car Week. So if you guys like cars, go check out Vehicle Virgins.
I used to go to Car Week every single week, and then I just got so bored of it because like the environment there is so toxic. It's just not friendly at all.
Oh, it's so boring. So boring. This year, when everybody was there, I was so relieved I wasn't. That's when I realized.
Yeah. Plus, it would cost me like $3,000 or $4,000 to go, and I'm like, I'm not having that good of a time. Is that worth the money? Not really.
No, absolutely not. In my view,
because what people do in Monterey, they know Car Week is coming, so they jack the fuck out of their Airbnbs and their accommodations.
Oh yeah. And then also, they're all shit. None of them have AC, barely running water. Like, it's bad.
Yeah, last time I went, I paid like $3,000 for the weekend, and it was an absolute dog shit Airbnb.
Yeah, same.
All right, so we're looking at Bitcoin in the weekly right now. Mm-hmm. We're still maintaining within this blue zone. Right now, we're getting rejection exactly where we would want to at all of these major EMAs in this median right here, which is at 59,932. Look at the weekly. The weekly is still right now on a buy signal in the jewel, but it's not a very strong buy signal because you see the curvature is very flat. So it could very easily switch back to a neutral signal because the curvature is flat. So we're at one of those places where it could basically break to the upside or the downside, depending on what happens right now, because we're in a very precarious situation. We can't really tell like what's going to happen, but what gives us an idea is that momentum is trying to break out. It's at the middle zone, the neutral zone. It's trying to break back above into the positive territory. It's finding a little bit of resistance right here, which lines up with the median, and we're getting volatility at very extreme lows. Like it's literally at 0.26%. Volatility has not been this low since July of 2023, and the price at that point was around right here at $30,000 before we got moved down to 25.2. And that's where we got our volatility expansion. So we're getting that same exact setup right here. Momentum's trying to break, but on the opposite hand, on that time, momentum was breaking down where we move down. Right now, momentum is trying to break up while volatility is at 0%. So it's giving us an idea that it could potentially break out to the upside, but our confirmation is going to be closer of this median, which is at 59.9. We get to close above that, we have to target the top 38.2. Right now, that number is at $72,000. We will only get that if we close above here. Keep in mind, this number is going to move down a little bit, probably going to be somewhere around these previous closes, which is around like $70,000. But until then, it's going to be at 72. If we break above the median on the same close while it's still within this zone, then we can target 72. But if it takes another 1 or 2 weeks for it to break out and we're still above the median, then we have to target around $70,000. If it rejects the median, though, we have to target based off of a 61.8% chance of going back to the bottom of the blue zone, which coincides with this 55 EMA. Right now, that is at $52,500. If we break down below that area, in my opinion, that's going to be the confirmation of the downtrend, and we're not going to hold this. We're going to come back down to the 100, which right now is at $45,000, which is the number that everybody in crypto is talking about, $44,000. And whenever everybody's talking about that the same number, it makes me think that we're either going to front run it and bounce a little bit above it, or we're going to blast right through it and go straight down to this 200, which is at 38,400 right now. But until then, until we get a confirmation of a rejection of this median or a break above, we just have to wait for consolidation. We can't get really any ideas from there. We go down, check out the monthly. The monthly right now is bouncing. They kind of front ran this 21 EMA in this blue zone, the bottom of the blue zone, and we're still below the 5 EMA. If you look on whenever we had our bull cycles, as long as Bitcoin is above the 5 EMA, you have to keep targeting the upside, and you have to consider it the same parabolic move. But when we're below the 5 EMA, it tells us that we're in either a very long form consolidation phase or a bear market. Like remember, right here we closed below the 5. We consolidated for several months before we ended up breaking out. So if we close below the 5, we're going to say we're going to, at the very least, because you see right here, we closed below the 5, we went down to the bottom of the blue zone. At the very least, we have to come down to $46,000. Maybe we can get some hopium for a bounce there. I don't think it's going to happen. That would be the only hopium that I can think of, that if we reject this 5, then we're going to come down here. If somehow in the next 10 days, we end up closing above the 5, which is at $61,400, we would say, okay, this consolidation is done. If this candle closes green, we can aim for the upside, for the top of the blue zone. Keep in mind, this number is going to move down significantly because this is a monthly chart. Right now, this number is at $114,000. This is going to move down a lot. But the only way to even get a semblance of an idea or even hopium of an idea is we have to hold this 5 at $61,452. And right now, we're below it. And on the monthly, weekly we looked at before, let's go to 5-day. 5-day momentum is pointed down, volatility is pointed up in support of that move down. We're getting a support at this resistance at this blue zone after we closed above it. As long as we get resistance here in the next Monday 7 hours, we have to target the 61.8, which right now is at $54,700. I don't think it's going to stop there. I think it's going to come back down to that same $52,000 number we looked at before. I think that's going to bounce there and then end up breaking down. But for now, we have to watch this to see if it closes above. Because if it does close above this blue zone, because it can easily do it in the next 1 day, 7 hours. We have a target. What I'd love to see is when this median lines up with the mean line. And right now, that is at $67,500. Look at the daily. Daily right now, we rejected the median. They made this huge shooting star candle. A lot of times, if we are bullish, these shooting star candles will be traps. They're going to get everybody to short, and they're going to be like, okay, so we made the shooting star candle. We should focus on the downside from there. What's making me think that this might be a trap is that we're currently above the median at $59,338. We're only above it. We're above it by like $600. We have 6 hours to go. If we do close above that, we have to target this top of the blue zone and the 100 EMA, which is currently at $62,000. Same number we've been talking about for the last like 2 or 3 weeks. Even if we go up to $62,000, maybe we go a little bit higher to $63,200. Even then, it will still be a lower high. As you see, we have major rejections from this 200 SMA. We found it as support. We deviated. We ended up getting a big move. So as long as this 200 SMA as resistance, we're going to keep making lower highs, and we're going to continue the downtrend. If you break the 200 SMA, then at that point, I would say we're going to go to this top meme line, which right now is that 67.5 number. I don't think it's going to stop there because as you see here, we have a whole bunch of rejective highs. There's a lot of people, their stop losses in this area. So once it hits this area, it's going to force them to be forced buyers. Once it gets stopped out, they're going to have to buy, and it's going to push the price up. I don't want to say like it's going to hit the 88.3%, but statistically, it would hit the 88.3, which is at $72,000, the same number we looked at before. So if we get any type of breakout, we get a confirmation with the daily close above the median, I would say we're probably going to go to $70,000, maybe $72,000, but we don't have any confirmation until we get that. Look at the jewel right here on the daily. We have a fresh buy signal on the jewel while we're above every single of the moving averages. It's not the perfect buy signal on the jewel, but it's pretty close to it because the pink is touching right up with the yellow. If this pink crosses the yellow on the next daily close, which will align with closing over the median, that would give us the perfect jewel buy signal on the daily. At that point, I would feel comfortable saying that we're probably going to go to $70,000. But until then, I'm still bearish until we get that close above the median.
Yeah, seems like we're literally at against every resistance that's important and price targets that we need to break. Yeah.
Plus, we're pumping into the Fed speech at Jackson Hole.
Yeah.
That's no bueno. Absolutely. Yeah. All right. Let me just share this shit 1 second. So we can go home, guys. Well, you can fucking chillax.
We're gonna go to the beach.
I don't feel bad for you guys. I don't feel bad or jealousy. Alrighty. Estamos viendo Bitcoin en este momento, damas y caballeros. El precio de Bitcoin está en 59,836. Podemos ver que estamos en la mensual por encima del EMA 9, del 21, del 55, del 100 y el 200 ni siquiera aparece por acá. Está mucho más abajo, me imagino. Ni siquiera está. No tengo idea. Pero aquí tenemos el precio tal cual como lo pueden ver. Lo que voy a hacer es, lo voy a poner en la semanal porque esto nos da una excelente idea de qué es lo que está pasando. Estamos literalmente peleando contra este nivel que es bastante importante, los 59,800. One second. Un segundo. Discúlpenme. Ok. Estamos consolidando en este momento. Aquí ven estas velas son de indecisión, larga para arriba, larga para abajo, larga para arriba, larga para abajo. Lo único que está haciendo el precio en este momento, si te pudiera hablar, es decir, voy a sacar a todo el mundo antes del siguiente movimiento brusco que voy a dar, a la alza o a la baja. ¿Crees que eres alcista? Ve cómo me voy para abajo. No, voy a vender. Vale, entonces voy para arriba. Entonces voy a comprar, me voy a poner long, ni madres, te voy a ir para abajo, me voy a ir para arriba. Es básicamente está haciendo un sacadón de gente potente. Tenemos el promedio del 21 y el 9 justamente aquí arriba. Hemos sido rechazados en la zona del 61,300 y tenemos para abajo de nuevo, esto es en la semanal, el 55, el EMA 55 en los $52,000. Si los pongo en la diaria, van a darles una mejor idea de justamente esto. Podemos ver que hay bastante confluencia, eso quiere decir que hay muchísimos promedios entrando por ahí de los 62,918, es el EMA, es el SMA 200, y hemos visto cómo nos rechazó ya la primera vez que lo intentamos tomar. El 100 ya cruzó abajo del 200 y ahora viene el 55 también aquí arriba en esta zona del 61,472. Si no podemos cerrar arriba de básicamente $60,000 para este para cuando cierre la semanal de Bitcoin, esto no pinta bien para los alcistas. Pero si podemos cerrar arriba de los 60,000 y empezar a ir a buscar los 62, $63,000, podríamos empezar a considerar objetivos más a la alza. Pero hasta entonces, en este momento, estamos viendo esto y tiene cara de ser bajista, pero al mismo tiempo está eliminando a la mayor cantidad de gente posible para arriba y para abajo. Lo primero que tenemos que hacer es poder romper esta resistencia en los 59,900, básicamente tener cierre fuerte ahí, hacer que estos EMAs bajen y luego ir a atacarlos y pasarlos. Por ahora estamos un poco más del lado de ser bajistas que alcistas, pero cualquier cosa puede pasar, tíos. Is there anything else you boys like to say before we go?
No, great stream. Always a fun time. I mean, we'll see you guys next time, and I'll be on the Discord. I practically live there, so.
Absolutely, I see you. Yeah. Even when we're doing here, and I'm showing everybody like the general page, I'm like, how the fuck is Alex? Oh, I see.
Yeah. And if we get enough interest, me and Alex will do a live on the Discord as well.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. So if there's enough people asking for it, you guys will do one of those.
Yeah, I'll post an alert. If we get like 100 reactions, we'll run one.
And then we'll set a date for it. Probably today or tomorrow.
That sounds pretty good. Let me tell everybody just real quick. Y también los que están en el Discord, si van a poner una notificación, les van a dar un anuncio de que van a hacer un en vivo ellos con ustedes ahí directito en el Discord para que les pregunten lo que tengan. Con que tenga más de 100 reacciones, con eso cuéntenlo como concedido y lo van a hacer. All right. Anything else before we go? You guys go to the pool. I go live my miserable life here.
No, good, brother. Good to see you guys.
Yeah, all good.
All right. Well, good to see you guys. Muchísimas gracias a todos ustedes por acompañarnos el día de hoy. Ya saben, aquí tenemos a los cracks de Elite Trading Academy. Lo que necesiten está aquí en la descripción de abajo. Ahí tenemos el Discord que es absolutamente gratis para que puedan seguir a estos cracks y que les enseñen directamente todo lo que sea. Si no, aquí estamos el Casino del Tío Salo. Les mando un fuerte abrazo. Cuídense mucho. Nos vemos en la próxima, tíos. Pero como de que no.